in the meeting. So, but otherwise, we will not hold our meetings when the minister is expected to be at cabinet at the same time. So I think in the past we have been able to manage this the way we are doing it today. And we would understand when the minister is at cabinet and when there are issues that require her attention, and we'll stand them down until she is back. Let's work it out that way. Otherwise, we'll never find time when we are all in the same meeting, colleagues.
Honorable Chair.
Sorry, the DM.
Honorable Chair, good morning. I was just saying that I am in attendance. I see that Mr. Mare was not aware that I'm in the meeting.
Yes, no. You are right. I think he was responding to the fact that earlier on it was reported that both the DM and the minister would be away due to cabinet commitments. But we're happy that we're in the meeting. I think Mr. Mare is now at ease.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Right. Thanks, DM, for coming in before. Now, let me just check. Dawatela, you wanted to say something?
No, Chair. I just wanted to check whether our program as Parliament now doesn't talk to the cabinet program. I just wanted to check that, Chair.
No, the disadvantage, Doc, is that Wednesdays are cabinet days, but cabinet does alternate every second Wednesday. So it means that this week the minister is at cabinet, and then next week the minister will be part of us. That's how we've been conducting our meetings. This day was given to us by Parliament because there is no any other day available. They're all occupied by portfolio committees. So we have to make what you have. Yes. No, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, I think let's leave it at that for now. I think in view of what Mr. Mare has just said, that our program looks quite packed, I agree. Can we defer the discussion on the fourth quarter program to right to the end? Make it our last item on the agenda. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. All right. So, okay, colleagues, now without wasting much time, I've welcomed everyone. DM, we will just flood the agenda again, Brian. Right. Okay, so DM would start with item number 4 and 5, briefing by Armscor, one after the other, and then we'll take a discussion. Are you comfortable with that?
Honorable Chair, I don't think that it should be a problem, and I think the leadership of the entities will be able to go with the suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, colleagues, let me invite the entity. I'm not too sure if the chair of the board is in the meeting to take us through the 2 items, one after the other, and we'll then take the discussion on both presentations once they are done.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
It's the CEO speaking. The chair of the board has extended his apology. He is unfortunately out of the country at the moment, but I do know that some board members were to join us, but I am not too sure if they are on the platform. But suffice to say, Chair, we are ready to proceed. I am accompanied by our executive committee members. I will just maybe pause for a moment to see if the board members or any board member would like to do the opening before we proceed. All right, Chair. I will then proceed, Chair, in the absence of any response. Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the committee, Deputy Minister, Secretary for Defense, board members who are joining us today, and my fellow Expo members. Chair, it gives me a great honor and a privilege to once again.
Can we negotiate? You have 30 minutes for both presentation, so that you leave us with 30 minutes for discussion. So that hour is dedicated to your presentation. 30 minutes, 30 minutes.
That's acceptable, Chair. That's
okay.
Chair, I think it's the year under review will be the first year post-COVID where we've seen the uptake in our business activities. We are reporting, Chair, our performance, and I must say, Chair, it's quite pleasing, although there is still a room for improvement. We know the situation with our industry, but there are, robust engagements that we are undertaking, in particular with Denel. When we cover the Hoefyster, Chair, you will see the work that we are busy with. I must say, Chair, this year has given us an opportunity to also engage some of our OEMs who are maintaining some of our critical platforms. We've been able to visit them, we've been able to have meetings, and I think a year ahead is promising to be a very successful year. With that said, Chair, I'll move straight to the presentation. As you can see, Chair, that's our scope. I will not go into detail in the interest of time. Chair, I think we are here to present our annual performance as the entity, as stipulated by legislation. Chair, the committee is quite familiar with this slide. I will not spend much time. Suffice to say, Chair, this is the whole model and the framework under which we develop and actually translate our mandate as well as the SLA goals as stipulated by the DoD into an actionable platform. Chair, moving on, this is all what is important in this slide is the whole legal framework under which we operate that regulates our execution of our tasks. The next slide, Chair, all what the takeout from this slide is to indicate that the transfer payment doesn't cover all our requirements and costs. We augment that by other income that we generate through our investments and other income based on the commercial activities, Chair. You can see there, Chair, that in terms of the transfer payment, there has been a decline of about 4% from the previous financial year. But again, there's an increase in terms of our commercial activities, which then, closes the gap. These are our facilities and our operations in brackets that depicts the number of employees in various facilities, Chair. Chair, here, all we are saying that Armscor aims to deliver a sustainable organization that generates additional revenue, strengthening its partnerships, containing costs, and delivering groundbreaking solutions, and of course, making sure that we deliver service to the client, and underpinned by those corporate objectives. Chair, this is the reporting structure to our shareholder. The accounting authority being the board, accounting officer being the CEO. The board is actually assisted by the subcommittees. Some of them are compliance driven, as well as ensuring that some looking at the sustainability of the organization. Below the CEO, Chair, those are the executing functions, as well as the supporting functions. Chair, I'll move on straight to the corporate performance. I'll deal first with the SLA agreement that we have with the Secretary for Defense, and there are 6 corporate goals, Chair. The first goal looks and touches on acquisition matters. It looks at our conversion rate from requirements into orders. As you can see there, Chair, the target was 95%, and we've exceeded the target. Similarly, on the spend, where we are actually measuring our cash flow expenditure, you will see that, Chair, that target was exceeded by 2.69%. Similarly, Chair, the first part, the goal 1 is looking at the SDA. Goal 2 is looking at the same areas, but for operational budget. Again, Chair, you will see that we've been able to achieve and or exceeded the targets. Goal 3, Chair, looks at the average time taken to convert DoD requirements into orders. That is the commissioning of the shell items as well as non-COTS items. You can see there we measure it in days that it takes to do and achieve the task. And again, Chair, the targets were achieved. The fourth goal, Chair, as contracted, looks at the management of defense industrial participation. You can see the Chair, it was exceeded. This relates to the Pyro project. So these are the commitments that were made by Damen. They were able to execute before, earlier than expected. The goal number 5 looks at the technology spend in terms of the DRDB commitments, Chair. You can see we're expected to place orders to the total value of 129, which was the full requirement, and the target was 95%. We slightly exceeded that target. We were able to execute contracts to an amount of 126 million. The last one, Chair, relates to the dockyard activities. You can see the Chair that the first 2 were not achieved. That relates to the execution of what is called job cards, which is the authority to do the maintenance work. Here, Chair, there was a bit of an issue, which I think we will touch on later on, where dockyard were claiming to say some of these job cards did not come with the necessary funding, as well as with the spare parts that are required to execute those tasks. But again, Chair, the AG felt, look, it was the commitment, you accepted the job cards, so you can't come at the end of later on and claim that there were these issues. You had all the opportunity to raise these issues upfront. So we accept the comment of the AG, and we sought to improve the situation, Chair. Both Navy and the dockyard have actually met and have agreed on the new approach, which I think it will go a long way to solve some of these challenges. I'll move on, Chair, to Armscor's strategic objectives, Chair. The very first objectives talks to revenue generation. You can see at the group level, Chair, we were able to exceed the target. But then if you drill down in terms of the 2 specific main contributors, being R&D as well as the business development or business enablement, you will see that R&D, came short. But again, Chair, considering the impact of COVID, I think the effort is well acknowledged. The area, Chair, where we've been struggling for some time now has been the area of business development. I must say, Chair, the department, we have reinforced it. We have recently appointed a group executive responsible for this area. And her immediate task, Chair, is to relook and analyze, all the areas where we failed, and then come up with a strategy that will ultimately be approved at the board. She's hard at work, Chair. She started about 2 months ago, and I think there's light at the end of the tunnel. And of course, given the fact that also COVID had an impact, and we've had lots of engagements with the industry, with potential partners, where we can jointly, execute or develop certain new projects. So we're looking at all those aspects. The second item, Chair, talks to cost management. We had a target of generating a surplus of 3 million. We were able to exceed that. We generated a surplus of 12.5 million. This is not, notwithstanding the fact that we also had to spend a lot of cash in terms of the voluntary packages. I'll proceed, Chair, to the efficient and effective delivery. The first part, Chair, looks at the whole IP regime. That's what I will call it, Chair. Looking at the management of the IP register, looking at the commercialization of IP, and the IP requests that we have actually executed. Chair, I must say, we have stabilized this environment and set a governance framework and the processes under which we are able to exploit, execute some of these activities, but it remains an area of opportunity going forward. And as we have previously presented in one of the committee meetings, that we are looking at the whole dispensation, where we want to really, play open cards, be transparent, and have a fair and a transparent process where we'll invite industry to actually, express their interest in some of the, I would call it non-sensitive IP, not sovereign IP. But again, that whole process, Chair, it will have to go right up to the COD for approval. But I think the spade work and the groundwork we are busy with. Chair, the very last item on the list where we did not achieve relates to the appointment of a service provider to start with the implementation of the ERP Enterprise Resource Planning tool. We were, as you can see from the comment, Chair, we were close, but yet very far in terms of not achieving that. There were specific issues right up to, that took us to, consult National Treasury because of some of the elements of the RFP that were mandatory that, during the evaluation process, it was not very clear that as to whether the committee did consider the subcontracting element. So as such, upon seeking advice from National Treasury, they couldn't give us an assurance whether they will not regard that as irregular expenditure. So upon numerous engagements, it was felt it's better to go back to basics and start afresh. But against, Chair, I must say, in dealing with all other ITC related issues, we have made an appointment of a Chief Information Technology and Information Officer. He has hit the ground running, Chair. Only yesterday, he has given us his 90-day plan from which he will start with the execution and ensuring that by the 90th day, we do appoint a service provider. We are quite happy. The plan is thorough enough, and we will be taking that to the subcommittee of the board, Audit and Risk, and we hope they will give us their blessings and we will proceed in earnest. Chair, the next, I will not spend too much time on the next slide. I think it encapsulates what I've covered. The fourth objective, Chair, deals with stakeholder engagement, where we do surveys and get feedback from our stakeholder. We have agreed, Chair, at Expo that we will do this task, get an independent party, and we'll execute this activity every third year, Chair, because it takes a lot of resources to do it. But if we do it properly, we can rely on that information. And over the 3-year period, we try and close those gaps that have been identified by the service provider. We are engaging Human Sciences Research Council, which is a government and state organ, as well as the University of South Africa. Chair, the 4.2 deals with the what I would call a transformational objectives within the corporation. And you can see that, Chair, with the exception of the last one, we have actually achieved our targets or met our targets. Chair, the next slide, all I want to just highlight is that during the financial year under review, Chair, Armscor, we managed and executed contracts to a total order value of 12.4 billion, Chair. But of course, these are recurring projects, especially from the capital acquisition projects. Very little new, with the exception of one project, Chair, of which amounts to 90 million, which was really the only project that is new for the financial year. Moving on, Chair, to the next slide. All we want to indicate, Chair, is that the adjusted planned cash flow, Chair, was 3.8 billion, and we've achieved just over slightly above that, which gives us a 105, which is 5% more than the stipulated target achievement. Moving on, Chair, to Project Hotel, Chair. All we want to highlight is we are aware that the vessel is still under construction, is that all survey motorboats, Chair, have been completed, and the first motorboat was handed over to the SA Navy, and it's kept, in a safe storage. Upgrade of the hydrographic office was completed. The Project Byro, Chair, as you are aware, that the first vessel was delivered, and they are commissioning. The second vessel is approximately 70% complete, and the third one, they've started with the hull, manufacturing of the hull, Chair. The project is on schedule with all major ships, shipping equipment already delivered at the shipyard. Moving on, Chair, to the new generation short-range air-to-air missile. The program entails the development and subsequent production of a data short-range air-to-air missile, Chair. The development phase, Chair, was completed in 2019, as you are aware, and missile was qualified. Again, Chair, the progress is hampered by the Denel dynamics non-performances, and Chair, there are plans in place as part of our steering committee engagements with Denel, and I think, Chair, we can share more details as and when required. I'll move on, Chair, straight to Hoefyster. I will not touch on Hoefyster because there's a specific agenda item that will deal with Hoefyster, Chair. GBETS, Chair, entail the 3 phases. Phase 1 of this project, Chair, was around the upgrading of the gunfire control system, which, Chair, I must say, it was successfully completed, both phase 1 and 2. Phase 3, Chair, relates to the command and control upgrading of the radar and the long range detention. So, Chair, this project, Chair, the system integration process is planned to commence during the next financial year. So we are on track in terms of this project as well. The next project, Chair, relates to the commissioning and acquisition and development of a complete new generation tactical communication systems for the SANDF, meaning all the radios, Chair. The development of new radios. I must say, Chair, if you look at this project, some of these radios are already in use within the SANDF, Chair. What was outstanding, Chair, was the testing of the design, test, and evaluation of these radios, which was completed in October. And at this stage, Chair, we are ready to hand over the radios. Moving on to R&D, Chair, I will skip the slide. It just gives the breakdown of the total revenue that was their target. And I'll move straight to Ecotech, Chair, to say, year under review, Chair, they were busy with the development of a virtual reality for the use to various arms of services. The objective was to identify possible virtual reality uses, applications that Ecotech can investigate. The application for this virtual reality, Chair, had numerous benefits, and one of such is the cost of reducing the cost of training and improving the efficiency and safety of the operations, Chair. It's more of a simulation more than anything, Chair. We had showcased this capability at the last UN International Peacekeeping Symposium, and it was well received, Chair. The work is continuing, and we hope in the next financial year we'll report positive results to the SNDF, Chair. Alcanpan test range, Chair, it was a bit quiet during the COVID period, Chair. As you will imagine that we do a lot of testing for foreign clients, So because the borders were closed, so there was little activity there. But I must say, Chair, there's a lot of technology and capability development that they were busy with, which relates to the procurement of the flight follower, which is the speed camera, Chair, which just enhances the service offering to our clients, Chair. And this flight follower allows Alcanfan to track ammunition in flight for over 200 meters in ultra high speed. And it has its spin-offs, Chair, in terms of the projectile integrity, velocity, and spin rate, which is vital information and contribution towards the development phase of this type of ammunition, Chair. I will move on, Chair, without any further ado, to Flamingo. They were also the project that they were involved in was the design and commissioning of the spin jig. The details, Chair, are contained there, but suffice to say, the purpose of this was to improve this projectile that was developed by Flamingo, and the benefits there, Chair, are as stipulated in the slide. DDSI, Chair, specialized defense teaching support services were offered to the Defense Secretariat in specialized topics, and the topics, Chair, as indicated there. So these are some of the projects that they are working on. But I must say, Chair, we are finding more and more that we have less and less work for this quite vital entity or division, and we are busy exploring, opportunities where they can actually be utilized even outside of the SANDF DOD environment, but within the securities cluster. Chair, IMT, we are happy to report that they were able to deliver the MDA Center West to the SA Navy, and we hope that by end of the next financial year, they will deliver the MDA Center East as depicted in the pictures, Chair. That's the benefit as attributed in the slide, Chair. The UBRD, Chair, we were able to successfully develop the 5th version, but the details are available, Chair, and are contained in the annual report. Chair, all I wanted to highlight is that we have really sought to stabilize the dockyard and getting dockyard to really work with the SA Navy, as a team and in terms of the execution of projects. And we've recently finalized and agreed on a refit methodology and approach, and all parties are quite satisfied with the progress thus far. Chair, moving on the CSI, all I want to indicate that we have presence in most provinces, including the rural areas and rural communities. And I think, Chair, that's where we always try to make sure that our reach is not only in the urban environments. You can see a number of other activities, but the main focus, Chair, is around the STEM subjects. But again, Chair, we are operating within a community. So in cases of real distress, we do also join hands with DOD, SANDF, and a number of other parties on relief programs. Chair, moving on to slide number 34, I'm nearing the end, Chair, is again just to depict and show the graphics in terms of our demographics internal in the organization. So I will not spend time on it as well. Then the very next slide, Chair, relates to our financial performance. Chair, all I want to maybe indicate that one of our detractors in terms of our expenditure, as I've indicated, 6% of our costs went towards this paying of the severance packages. But again, long term, we should see the spin-offs of that. The fair value adjustment reflecting the lower value of fixed properties, Chair, resulting in a 46 million cost of the group in the current year, Chair. So I think the evaluations on property, land, and so on, Chair, has shown that during COVID, there's less and less demand for such assets. The net surplus contributors, Chair, is the 7% that relates 7% relative increase in the main allocation compared to prior year, which include cuts effected during COVID, Chair. In short, Chair, the allocation, as I've indicated, of government grants covers 73% of our expenditure. The next slide, Chair, looks at the net value of the group. All I want to indicate, Chair, that the group maintained a healthy liquidity and solvency position. Next slide, Chair, I think we'll touch on some of the challenges facing the corporation. And the very next slide, Chair, talks to some of the interventions that we are actually putting in place, as I've indicated, on issues around the legacy systems. Of course, the ring fencing of some of the funding that goes towards projects handled by Denel, and also looking at issues, how do we augment the insufficient funding? At this point, Chair, I will hand over to the CFO to deal with the AG's audit report. It's 2 slides, Chair, and thereafter we will hand over to Mr. Tefu, who will cover the Hoefyster. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CFO.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee, Deputy Minister, as well as SecDef. In terms of the AG's report, we received an unqualified audit report. In terms of the various components on the annual performance portion, the AG did not identify any material findings on the usefulness and reliability of the report. In terms of the report in compliance with legislation, there were actually 2 findings. The first is regarding the annual financial statements. There was a material misstatement of contractual commitments, and that's basically reflected in note 45 and 44 in the financial statements. And that mainly relate to the previous prior year's figures that were inconsistently reflected. In the previous year, we reflected the contractual commitments and capital commitments separately, while we've indicated in this year that contractual commitments included capital commitments. So that was a problem in terms of the prior year figure. And then there was also some capital and contractual commitments in the prior year figure that was not fully disclosed. So that was had to be corrected and restated. So as the AG also reflected in that report, it's basically not detected by senior management and also due to the system imposed limitations. In terms of corrective actions, I think the ERP will go a far way to assist us not to have to consolidate from 4 financial systems and a lot of manual interventions. And then I think the completeness, there will be proper review. We've already implemented the report. So the report already affected for the current year that we're reporting on already showed improvement. So the shortfall was still in the prior year's figure, not in the current year's figure. In terms of expenditure management, we were finding regarding the effective and appropriate steps that were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. And that mainly related to 2 areas. One was a contract that we extended above the 15% limit that was allowed for our telecom handlings. So we continued with the order, even though it expired at that stage on a month-to-month basis, since and we did not request the extension of the 15% limit increase from National Treasury. The other area was the single source procurement without obtaining prior approval from National Treasury. There were 2 issues mentioned there. The one was the pay-space payroll system that we had to implement, seeing that our previous payroll system was not supported anymore. We did initiate the process to request approval from National Treasury. However, it took too long due to certain information to be supplied, and we only received the approval after we implemented, which then means all expenditure incurred up to the date of approval was then showed as irregular, while then condoned by National Treasury. The second area was the TrueConf system used by Armscor for video conferencing. We renewed licenses for existing system without obtaining a single source approval from National Treasury. In terms of those, there are actions taken, there are investigations done, and there's also consequence management applicable. In terms of certain preventative controls that we've implemented, is the standardization and review of the contract registers to ensure completeness. This will also help for the completeness of accruals that we have to approve on. And then proactive initiation of the renewal of contracts before expiry from the registers. And then there's also training of the SCM personnel regarding requirements for single source and sole source procurement. I can just state that Treasury did issue a new instruction effective from 1st of April with more guidelines in terms of the process to be followed, which will then also assist that improvement in that specific area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is your presentation complete, CEO?
Chair, the other presentation is on Project Hoefyster.
Is on Project Hoefyster. Let's take the presentation on Project Hoefyster.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, the sector, and members of the board. As I indicated, the last presentation from Armscor will be on Project Hoefyster. As you all know, Chair, the particular project provides for the development, industrialization, and production of the new generation infantry combat vehicle product system to replace the Ratel infantry combat vehicle. Chair, you, as the committee, have seen the slide before. I will not dwell much on the slide, save to say that the project at its inception was divided into two phases, one being the design and development, and secondly, the industrialization and the production phase. The production, the design and development phase to date remains incomplete, and you'd see from the ensuing slide the stages of completion of the various variants. The next slide, Chair, we just wanted to recap. We just wanted to recap and indicate what was said during the Joint Standing Committee meeting of the 24th of August, where we reported that Armscor and Denel have had several positive engagements at technical and executive level regarding the continuation of Project Hoefyster Phase 1, and have reached agreement on the way forward, and that Armscor is engaging with the end user and defense material to obtain agreement on the required waivers of identified non-compliance to specifications. And we also said that the waivers are technically supported by Armscor, and that the continuation of the project will be subject to support from the relevant DoD approval forums commencing with the project control board. Chair, we also indicated that the future continuation of the project, in particular Phase 1, and we place emphasis on Phase 1, Chair, is dependent on, amongst others, future penalties for late delivery to be waived, where the satisfactory performance by Denel, the contract to be amended to provide for regular progress payments, to provide for operating funds for completion of the project, and Denel to provide for the working capital to provide for the project. The next slide depicts, as I said, the various stages of the completion of the project. Starting with Phase 1, it then indicates the stages of completion of the various variants, and Phase 2 merely indicates what was acquired under Phase 2 of Project Hoefyster. What has been done to date since August 2024, when we presented before the Joint Standing Committee? We, to date, Armscor and the Denel project teams have reached full alignment with regards to the scope of work required to complete Phase 1, and Chair, I will emphasize, to complete Phase 1 of Project Hoefyster. Armscor and Denel have engaged regarding the proposed amendment of Phase 1, and lots of work, Chair, I must say, that has gone into this way. We then looked at the content and structure of the proposed contract amendment. We also looked at the feasibility of proposed progress and or milestone payments to facilitate the improved cash flow. What does this entail? In short, it entails that milestone payments are requested to be paid upon completion of specified work packages, and there will be payments, and payments will be made commensurate with the value of the work performed. There was also an alignment with regards to the project timescales and the scope of the outstanding work to establish what we call the project baseline, henceforth called the PBL. The proposed amendments entailing the things that I've referred to has been workshopped with Denel, and a formal proposal will be submitted to Armscor by Denel on the 18th of October 2022, that is next Tuesday. The proposed phase 1 contract amendment will include a request for the waiver of future penalties, and this needs to be qualified here, that the waiving of any penalties will be dependent on the demonstration of satisfactory performance by Denel with regards to the completion of phase 1. Chair, the continuation of the finalization of phase 1 is dependent on a decision by the relevant DOD approval forums. As I said, we will be starting with the Project Control Board, and to date, Armscor has engaged with the SA Army Infantry Formation, the end user, with regards to the proposed relaxation of the identified specifications. We have also requested the GOD that the Project Control Board be convened, and the Director Army Acquisition has directed that before we convene the Project Control Board, that a Project Steering Committee be convened in order to ventilate all these issues, in order to prepare for the Project Control Board, which should occur by early November 2022. I must say that in preparation for the Project Control Board, several project meetings were held to date. Further, the Project Steering Committee, the last one was convened on the 28th of September 2022, and all proposals from Armscor with regards to the project continuation was supported and therefore recommended to the Project Control Board. Chair, the Project Control Board has to, amongst others, consider and recommend the acceptance of the proposed relaxation of identified specification to the relevant DOD governance forum. As I said, the first gate would be the Project Control Board to be convened in early November 2022. Thank you, Chair, and we'll take questions.
To share that concludes our presentation.
Oh, sorry. CFO, we did not get the names of the two presenters, the CFO and the last presenter.
CFO dealt with the AG's, our response to the AG's findings, Chair.
The name is?
Mr. Gerard Grobler.
Gerard, right.
And Hoefyster was dealt by Mr. Mishak Tefu, Group Executive Acquisition.
Mishaku?
Tefu. T-E. Double F-O.
Okay, double F-O. Okay, Tefu. Okay. All right, colleagues, thank you very much. Look, now we can engage with the three presentations. One is the briefing on the annual report, two responses to the AG's audit outcomes, and three, the Project Hoefyster. Mr. Mare, your hand is up. Is there any other hand, colleagues? Maybe let me take Mare for now. Mr. Mare for now.
Thank you very much, Chair. Much appreciated for the presentation to Armscor CEO. I want to start off quickly with Armscor's presentation, slide 6 and 7. The CEO indicated that there was an improvement in the commercial revenue, but the way that I read those pie charts on slide 6 is, in fact, from 21 to 22, there was a reduction in commercial services revenue. So there seems to be, and if I don't read that right, please, correct me. But that's the way that I read that chart. It says 2022 commercial services 10%, 21 it was 13%. So that's the first one. And then on the next slide, it basically indicates all the commercial activities as I interpret it. Dockyard, Akanpan, Gerotech, Proto Technique. Can we get an indication, if not now, as soon as possible, the revenues from those individual commercial activities? And obviously, because it was indicated that COVID had an impact, can we get a comparison between years prior to COVID and then up to 2022, so that we can just compare apples with apples to see what has happened with commercial activities, because later on in the presentation there was also concerns raised about Akanpan and some of the others, Dockyard and all that, in terms of their ability to raise revenue and business. So that we can just look at the viability of that, and whether in the future there will be a much more dependence on DoD. We are aware that it is to a certain extent, or to a large extent, a result of the acquisition capabilities of the Department of Defense and the SANDF. So very, very much aware of that. So that's the first one. Then in terms of the maintenance contracts, first of all, can I just ask about Dockyard and then upgrades in general? I'm specifically concerned about Dockyard because we know that Dockyard is supposed to handle the midlife upgrades of the frigates and the submarines, and obviously the ordinary maintenance of naval vessels and our capabilities. So what is happening with regards to the upgrades? And obviously in all of this, please indicate the funding, because it is good that Armscor decides, yes, it's fine. It is even good that the steering committee decides it's fine. Eventually, it is dependent on funding. And if the DoD has not confirmed funding, then obviously, it makes all the exercises worthless. Because we know that in this current budget, there's not a lot being provided for capital acquisitions and maintenance. And we know in terms of the medium, we will see with the mid-year budget now, and obviously in February. But as we know it currently, it is a major problem. Just in terms of the contracts, what is the status with regards to the aircraft contracts at the moment? We know that we have seen 2 Gripens on Air Force Base Waterkloof. What is happening with the others? How much is in the air, and how much has been concluded in that? Also gives an indication on the Hawks and the aircraft at Air Force Base Langebaanweg. And then also I want to ask about maintenance contracts, because in terms of the acquisition agent, Armscor is obviously dealing with maintenance contracts. The maintenance contracts specifically for the maintenance and repair of environmental warehouses of the Army. What is the situation about that? Because I'm concerned that at one stage our equipment was ready to just change, use the key and put in a battery, pump up the wheels, and it is ready to go. But those contracts are not in place. That means that corrosion, erosion, dust, rust, all those things are creeping into those strategic vessels. Then in terms of the Biro and Hotel, just a quick one on that. Biro, we know, are on schedule. Hotel, I have read in the papers that there's a delay. what is the practical implications of that delay of hotel? Is it going to be delayed in terms of delivery? What is the situation in terms of penalties? What is the situation in terms of additional costs involved in that? It's just quite important that we know that. I must say that in terms of the presentation, it looks like operational activities and revenue are down, commercial revenue are down, which is a bit of a problem. When you refer to ADATA, ADATA is obviously, we've seen that at Air Force Base Waterkloof as well when we visited there. It's a fantastic missiles, and there are other products, the Umkhonto and all the others. But as I understand it, that Denel Dynamics is just a shell. Nothing is happening at Denel Dynamics. There's apparently no or very, very few technical people and engineers left. So what is the situation, and will that be taken over by any other defense industry player? In terms of if I just can come back to slides 21 and 24, it provides for a lot of projects, but it doesn't give the indication whether those fundings are being confirmed. And then lastly, on Hoefyster, I'm not going to go into all the details. We've discussed that, but the numbers, I want to know about the numbers of the Hoefyster. Is that being downscaled? We've last talked about a possibility that we know that the funding will not be there this year and over the medium term. We know it has not been provided for. We know that the CFO and the SecDef has reported on that in the past. So if we don't get the funding, then obviously nothing can happen on Hoefyster. Have they scaled it down, and to what extent? And then on the PCB, do we know, again on the PCB, when they will get their final confirmation? Because I assume that PCB will have to interact with National Treasury, will have to interact with the Finance Department of DOD before anything can actually, start something. And I mean, then we are already by the end of the financial year. So how will that impact on the current allocations and obviously future expectations? Chair, I've just gone very, very quickly through that because I know that we have got a limited time. But if we can deal with those, I'll appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray. I'm noting the following hands. Ms. Mthembu, followed by Dr. Pasopu, and then Honorable Mutle. So please, in that order, I'll start with you, Ms. Mthembu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to you and all members of the committee. Firstly, let me join the queue in welcoming a presentation. Chair, mine it's a comment on the audit outcome. Actually, I just want to appreciate and that they get an unqualified audit opinion, with the hope that next time maybe they will get a clean audit, as they are working towards getting a clean audit. And the report is also giving a hope to us as a committee and also to the nation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mthembu. Dr. Pasop.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, as well as the honorable members on the platform, the DM and the officials of the department. Good day. Chair, in appreciating the presentations, specifically to Armscor, my first comment would be, my observation is that there is an improvement in this organization in terms of performance. But however, I've got only just 2 questions that I want to raise. In these presentations, in terms of the targets that were set, the observation is that most of them have been exceeded and some not achieved. Now, the area that I'm interested in, Chairperson, what are the financial implications of that? Because I'm of the view that the targets are supposed to be linked to finances or to the budgets of the organization. What are the financial implications of that? Then the last one, Chair, I think the Honorable member from DA has just touched on that. That the entity is more reliant on government in terms of the funding. I just want to check that are there any plans in place for engagement of other institutions in ensuring that they increase their revenue base? Because in my view, this is an important organization which needs more funding. And we all know as the committee that there's been a cry that they are being underfunded. But in terms of the legislation, there's nothing stopping them to engage other organizations to increase their revenue base. For now, thank you very much, Chair. Those are the questions that I wanted to put.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pasopo. Honorable Thabo Motley.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and good morning to everyone on the platform. Chair, a quick one on the presentation from Armscor, slide 37, where they indicate there are challenges under industry performance and decline. They indicate there that Denel has a negative impact on the sustainability of strategic second-tier suppliers, which in the main they talk about the impact that Denel has on the industry suppliers. However, Chair, the picture that we saw at AAD, I mean, exhibitions, so it gives a different picture. I'm not sure if indeed there are companies that are negatively impacted by Denel, because what we saw there is that companies that are in the space which are thriving because they are not dependent on the South African market for them to survive. They are supplying countries in the continent and across the globe, and they are doing well for themselves. So that clarity is needed. How did Armscor arrive at the determination that these companies are impacted negatively? Maybe there are those that are dependent on the Denel and through their acquisition, but those that we have seen, they are able to survive without Denel. And we visited one company, Chair, where it was indicated that Denel has got a 30% shareholding in that company, and the company is doing well. The challenge that I think is there, it's around transformation in terms of the companies that are operating within the space. And it goes without saying that the executive of the majority, if not all the companies that are operating within the industry as identified are not transformed, Chair. And there's no any other way of expressing it. They are not transformed, and Armscor is seated with the transformation charter, and I don't think they are doing enough to ensure that there's implementation in that regard. For me, that remains the biggest challenge. And I know in terms of what I've indicated, the Denel stakeholder, they might not be able to respond to that. Maybe in our engagement with Denel, we need to probe further as to why is Denel experiencing the challenges that it has experienced, while it has it is a shareholder of a company that is thriving. What are they doing with the dividends that they get from that particular shareholding? Something needs to be clarified there. But I know it is not for Armscor to respond to that. Secondly, Chair, is with regard to the presentation presented by the CFO on the annual financial statement, where they say there was a contractual commitment. Let me look at it. I don't want to. Chair, it's fine. I will come back. I'll come back. I've missed the point that I wanted to raise. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, it's fine. No, thank you very much. Denel, I have 3 questions, but I would prefer to raise them after you have responded to the questions that the colleagues have posed, because they appear to be follow-up questions in a way. But we should thank you that with the 1.4 billion allocation from the Department of Defense for 21-22 financial year, you have managed and executed contracts to the value of 12.4 billion rand. And those are good news. And I welcome you to respond to the questions.
Chairperson, with your indulgence, there's just two points which is similar to the questions that I've asked that I just wanted to include, if it's okay with you. The one is just where I've asked about the upgrades and the maintenance, is whether Armscor can report anything on the C-130, because we know that we have got a huge challenge with logistical supports to our soldiers inside South Africa, Parabats, etc., but also in Cabo Delgado and in the DRC. So that is quite important. And then I just wanted to ask, on the contracts, and especially following on what Honourable Mutle has said about the other defence industry stakeholders that we have seen and met in Pretoria, is whether they invite or invite them to partake in any of the projects for DOD and for Armscor at this stage, because the minister has also quite clearly indicated that we have to play together, we have to work together to also build out the defence industry of South Africa. And we know that there are major players who do no business with government or with Armscor. So if I can just add that as well. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Advocate Mbata.
Maybe, Chair, before you give the advocate, the CEO, an opportunity, I've just located the question that I wanted to ask. is with regards to under expenditure management, the Telkom One Link tender renewal, where they indicate that they did not prevent any irregular expenditure of 11.5 million due to contract extended above 15%. My question is, what steps have they taken upon realizing that this irregular has been incurred? Because I want to believe that those that are in the space, they know that if you've got a contract with any service provider, you cannot extend to above a particular percentage limit. But upon them ignoring that fact and continue, have they taken steps against those incumbents who have ignored that particular percentage, which has resulted in that particular irregular expenditure?
Are you done, Mr. Mutla?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. All right, Advocate, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll deal with the first question from Mr. Murray. Yes, Chair, I think Mr. Murray is correct. I think the error, if you check on page 6 of the annual report presentation, where it says in brackets 2020, it should read 2022. And across, there shouldn't be any 2020. Because if you read it, as 2020 talks to the past financial year. So he's correct, there's been a decline. So we accept that, Chair.
Okay.
The Alkanpan revenue, Chair, I will ask Gerard to talk to that. But I know Alkanpan alone, pre-COVID, used to generate in excess of 30 million revenue. Chair, perhaps what I would like to deal with, the projects as raised by Mr. Murray, acquisition, will deal with them. But I must say, Chair, there's been a lot of work and effort around ensuring that all support contracts are in place. And I must say, Chair, with the exception of the Falcon fleet, which we are also finalizing within the next 2 weeks, all support contracts are in place, including the C-130. But the details, I'll ask them just to flesh it out. But we are in constant discussion with the Air Force. I know there were frustrations, but I must say, Chair, we have come a long way from around March till now to iron out and deal with all the issues that were actually, a hindrance. And we are quite, confident to say we have finally aligned both ourselves and the Air Force, including the Chief. We are in constant engagement with him. Chair, perhaps from my side, I'll deal with Dr. Basopi's questions, specifically around what are we doing over and above the work that we do for the SANDF. We are having MOUs with a number of government departments and SOCs. There's a long list, Chair, and some of them have actually come forward to say they would like us to be the acquisition, partner on a number of armored vehicles, for their activities. So there is a lot of work that we're doing that, and in fact, part of that marketing strategy that I have actually alluded to talks to that plan to say within the next month we can then come back and report to the portfolio committee. But again, there is a lot of work that we are doing for the police, correctional services, we are busy now engaging. In fact, we were approached by PRASA to look at some of the armored vehicles. There's a number of other entities. The question around by Mr. Mutle around the telecom findings, we have received, as late as yesterday, an internal audit report, which I think the internal audit will also, I will ask her to talk to those issues and her findings with regards to the telecom contract. But having said that, Chair, I will hand over to Michelle to deal with the question around the grievance, the delays insofar as Biro and Hotel, the A-Data project, as well as the Hoefyster project. Also dealing with the funding for some of the requirements that we have mentioned in our presentation, the PCD. Then I'll hand over to the CFO to deal with the finances and the implications as raised by Dr. Kasoku, as well as the Alcampan revenue. Oh, Chair, before maybe I hand over to them, I would like to maybe deal with the issue raised by Mr. Mutle around Denel and our comment insofar as the challenges are concerned and his observations at the field. So I must say, most exhibitors that were there, those are big entities that are manufacturing the full systems, where Denel impacts to a number of industry players. They impact to the third-tier suppliers, which is these are smaller companies that manufacture specific specialized components and are solely reliant on Denel. If you take the Project Hoefyster alone, Chair, the number of suppliers that were supporting Hoefyster were in excess of 200. Surely, at the AAT, we did not see 200 local companies. But yes, we did see the OTTs, big companies that are producing the full systems. And I think as it relates to the transformation as well, it will variably talk to those entities. But in terms of your third-tier suppliers, there was really little or no presence of them because some of them have even closed shop. So I think that's what we are trying to say with our statement. But I will then hand over to Mr. Tefu to deal with those issues, and thereafter CFO, and last but not least will be the internal audit.
Thank you, Chair. In the main, I will attempt to respond to Mr. Mare's questions. Starting with the visibility of the aircraft, I can confirm, Chair, with what the CEO said, that many of these maintenance contracts are in place with SAP. The Gripen, we have concluded an agreement with SAP. As you quite correctly indicated, Mr. Murray, you saw the Gripen flying at the AAD. With regards to the Hawk aircraft, we have a valid agreement with BAE, the C-130. We still have a contract that is in place with Denel, also in relation to the audits. So there's quite a few that are in the procurement process, as the CEO has indicated, but in the main, many of these platforms have the maintenance contracts in place. The delay with regards to the execution of a project hotel, I think there's been a number of factors that have contributed to the delay in the extension of the delivery of the this particular capability to the right. As you know, was the issue of the COVID, the issue of the unrest in KwaZulu-Natal, the flooding that recently happened in KwaZulu-Natal. That on its own has affected the execution of this particular project. We actually visited SARS immediately after the aftermath of the flooding, and it was quite evident that they had stopped doing work on this particular vessel because of the flooding that happened at the premises. So they have now requested that because of all this force majeure claims that the contract be extended to the right, and this will inevitably lead to the late delivery of the vessel. On the issue of the reviving the A-data capability, I'll also deal with the issue of the participation of the local defense industry. Chair, you know that Denel has lost a number of key skilled personnel, and this personnel are resident in a number of local defense industry companies. And if we were to proceed and revive the data missile capability, inevitably we'll have to look at the participation of the local defense industry. As a fact, the strategy going forward envisions the participation of the local defense industry for the reasons that I've already mentioned, that Denel does not have the requisite personnel to then embark on this particular project alone, but it will involve the participation, as I said, of the local defense industry. And we are in the process of determining where the skill set lies. And once we have done that, we will then similarly here make a presentation to the PCB and then present the various options to the Air Force in terms of the A-data capability. We have since here requested the Defense Material Division to convene the PCB, and I've been reliably informed that there will be a PCB before the end of October 2022. The issue of the Hoefyster, in light of what we have presented, I can confirm, Mr. Murray, through you, Chair, that it will also lead to the downscaling of this particular requirement, mainly due to the shortage of funding. We are not going to definitely receive what we have originally contracted for. The PCB, I've been informed, will be convened in the last week of October as well, to look into the various issues that will be presented before before it. The issue of funding, as you know, this is a perennial problem. The shortage of funding has in the main affected the serviceability of some of the systems of the DoD. And Chair, we can only deal or contract with the limited, funding that we have. And the downside of the issue of the limited funding is that instead of committing to long-term contracts, we can only commit to short-term contracts, much to the disadvantage of the DoD.
Are you done?
Chair, I'm not too sure whether I've missed Chair.
Yes, sir.
I will ask Mr. Hoefyster to deal quickly with the maintenance and the refit program for the frigates and the submarines.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we had two capital acquisition programs that were focusing on the midlife upgrades of the frigates and the submarines, respectively. Those programs were stopped due to funds being taken away, but we progressed with the programs up to the point where the required modifications or upgrades to both the vessels were identified and were specified. So the plan going forward, Chair, is that the SA Navy will then prioritize those upgrades, and they will then be done as part of the refits, which is done under the operating funds budget of the Navy of those two vessels, and they will incorporate them as funds would allow them to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, unfortunately, I do not have a comparison between the various facilities for the past few years with me at hand. I can just indicate that, I mean, for Alkampan, we did have a serious deficit for the past 2 years. That's mainly, as the CEO said, due to the testing from foreign countries not happening. Our facilities were also significantly impacted during the past year where they did not receive any technology funding. So we continued with that work without any technology funding. So areas like IMT, Ergotech, Hazmat, Protechnique were affected by that as well. So in addition to the COVID, that was also an impact for the past year that was reflected in the figures. In terms of Dr. Busapu's question, yes, you're right, so that if we don't achieve the income targets, it does affect the budget or the actual figures of the corporation as well. So in cases where we don't achieve the income, we have to reduce cost in able to then at least get to a positive result. So we had to manage our cost base in order to then still achieve the net goal that we set. So yes, it is quite critical that whatever we budget for revenue, we must achieve, because that is based on the budget. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
And the last question, Chair, is dealt by internal audit regarding the telecom contract.
Thank you, Chair. Internal audit completed the I'm Ruth Mabua, the acting chief audit executive. An internal audit investigation on the telecom contract was performed, and we do confirm that there was an irregular expenditure of about 8 million. And during the investigation, we noted that even though there is an irregular expenditure, there was no financial loss to the organization. Therefore, as per the Treasury regulation framework on irregular expenditure, we are not going to recover the money, because the services, we are still continuing with the services. Telkom is still providing the services to Armscor. And we noted a bit of negligence within our own processes, which we recommended that there be consequence management in the report. The report was reported to the executive committee at Armscor, and action will be taken from thereafter. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'm being alerted, Chair, that the chair of the board has joined the platform, and we would like to say something.
Okay. Now, welcome, Chair Dexter, Dr. Dexter.
Thank you, Chair. And
yes. Just before you say anything, Dr. Dexter, I will give you a moment to say one or two words. But I need to raise this question. See, CEO, you are telling us that on the first goal, you have achieved 96%, and then the second goal, the first goal is on the capital acquisition, And the second goal is on the acquisition and procurement of support system and procurement requirements converted into orders placed. Again, it's 96%. I'm now trying to figure out in my mind with this rate of achievement, what do I make of the reports in the media that at some point the president aircraft that had to be grounded because of serviceability question. Two, was it last year? No, it was early this year. The Defense DOD presented its third quarter report. And under Program 4 Air Defense, they reported a projected under expenditure. I think they were at 67% expenditure. I think when they should have been at 75%. I think the under expenditure at the time was 545 million rand, 12.2% of the projected expenditure at the time. And the reason they gave us was that it was due to prolonged negotiations regarding the placement of new aircraft system contracts with SAAB for the Gripen and Hawk airframes and engines. And they went on to say that was negatively impacting on the air defense capability. And then the second point they raised is under Program 5. Again, I'm still on the third quarter, 11.8% against the projected expenditure in the third quarter. And they said there were delays in fact, they said delivery dates of spares were shifted to the right by contractors. This negatively affected availability of spares required for the M&R of vessels, which in turn had a direct impact on the availability and readiness of Navy platforms. I'm saying any delay that happens on your side has a negative impact on the performance of the defense force, because it impacts on the availability of the platforms, and therefore reducing the hours of training, the hours of that would be needed by the members of a force for training and preparation and so on. So I don't know. You record, yes, on paper, 96% is a good percentage, and on both these goals, which are very critical, at the heart of the performance of the DOD, the South African Defence Force. And what must I read in the reports in the media and in the presentations by the DOD when you present such a high percentages? I'm confused in my mind. Over to say, I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say.
Chairperson, there was just two matters that was not addressed, and I just, if they can't answer it now, they can respond in the due course, and that's the income and expenditures of those individual business units, prior to and after. I know that they haven't got the figures with them. If they can provide us, much appreciated. The other one that I've asked about, the contract for the maintenance the maintenance contracts for the maintenance and the repair of the environmental warehouses in the Army. That has apparently been lapsed, has not been renewed this year, and all those prime mission equipment are now vulnerable to rust and corrosion and dust. That one, and then on the C-130, thank you for the answer on Denel.
Sorry, Mr. Mare, can you allow
Yes.
them to respond to this as well? You want to do a follow-up?
No, it is just a answer that they probably understood incorrectly about the C-130, because obviously they must indicate to us not only that Denel will do it, but on the other hand, they tell us Denel hasn't got the capability of doing it. So they must assure us that Denel can in fact do that, or whether they must outsource it to someone else. I've also asked the question whether there are any projects in line to upgrade or increase the logistical support aircraft, meaning the C-130. Those are the ones that I've not properly answered.
It looks as though we have run out of time. I know even my questions have not been answered. It's now past. That leaves us with 1.5 hours with the DOD. I don't think we should continue. Maybe we should have another round of the discussions. Colleagues, I'm in your hands. It's 11:30 now.
Chairperson, that was my biggest fear right in the beginning. But even as I said, if they can't answer these or haven't got the time, maybe they can put it in writing back to us. Thank you.
I'm worried about time. Thabo Motle?
Yes, actually, I wanted to say that the outstanding question can be forwarded to us in writing.
Okay.
Therefore, that proposal is in order. Thank you.
I think let's do that. Let's get the responses in writing. We can't take it further than this. DM, do you want to make a comment?
Chair, I was going to comment, but in the interest of time, I would say because the chair now of the board is in the meeting and wanted to say something, maybe I should waive my time and allow him to make comments that may be of use to the committee members. Thanks.
Yes, no, thanks. The chair was not in the meeting when we started. I'll just give him 2 minutes to say whatever he wanted to say. We are not taking this discussion beyond this because of time constraints. Chair of the board.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to all the members. My apologies. I'm in China, so I had some internet difficulties to join you. I just wanted to say, Chair, briefly, because I know we're pressed for time, that some of the issues that members have raised, I think perhaps it requires a bit more of an in-depth discussion, because from the point of view of the board, I have to say some of the questions you've asked about performance, we've drilled down into them. You know, quite often it's a complex issue because if there's no funding, then you can't penalize the executives for not executing what was supposed to be executed. Likewise, if there is funding, but you know there's something lacking in terms of programming or the way in which things are lined up beyond the control of the Armscor management. So I wanted to say that in their defense. But the most important thing I wanted to indicate, Chair, is that, you know, when we took over in the board 18 months ago, if I compare where we were then to where we are now, and you've noted yourself, and I think some of the members have indicated the progress in terms of the maintenance, in terms of delivery, it's not where we need to be. We understand that there's a long way to go, but certainly there's been a turnaround. Secondly, in relation to Denel, I also don't want members to underestimate the impact. There may well be companies who survived the Denel, crisis, and have managed to stand on their own 2 feet. But by and large, the industry has taken a huge knock. What you indicated is that we've been working, the minister gave us a very clear mandate as Armscor to work with Denel. And again, I can say without fear of contradiction that the management of Armscor have really put in all the stops to help turn around. And where, as you rightly put it, we've changed tack to say, if there isn't capacity in Denel, where do we go and find that capacity in the industry? Mindful of all the issues of transformation, et cetera, et cetera. The next big thing is going to be that strategy of commercialization and reaching out for business into the continent and to the rest of the world. And again, I think it doesn't necessarily show so much in this report, but it will in the next, that there's been a lot of progress there. Last but not least, the Hoefyster and Commerce. Again, I want to say, Chair, that when we took over, we were handed what can only be called a hospital pass in rugby terms on those two projects. I'm really, really pleased to say that the Armscor, the management and the executive, working together with the board, we've managed to resolve those issues, and we are now back at a point where a concrete decision can be made about taking those projects forward. So in other words, we won't have entirely wasted all the money that was spent there. It still requires a lot of input, but I think there's been good progress, and I just wanted to say that so that we don't talk too much in abstract about numbers, but also take into account the sort of the feel of where we are. But many thanks to yourself and to the members, Chair, and we hope to see you all again soon.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate that you were also able to take time out of your schedule in China to join the meeting. That is greatly appreciated. Okay, colleagues, we'll leave it at that for now. And I think the chair of the board says they also did an exercise where they drilled down into the issues beyond the percentages that they are actually giving us. To get a feel of the issues that they are grappling with, the progress they are making, or even lack thereof, if any. So we must find another time, another slot to deal with that, because certainly the reports we are getting, the under expenditure reported as a result of some delays here and there, to me, don't sit well with the reported figures. But I'm not holding that against anybody. We will look at it at the next available slot. With that, let me thank you, Chair of the board and other board members who may be present in the meeting, and the CFO and the CEO and the team for the presentation. You are doing a good job, but of course, we still need to satisfy ourselves that indeed all the loose ends are being tied up. Thank you so much. We can now move to the next item. You are free to leave at any time you want to. The next item is DOD presentation. Over to you. Again, please give us some time for deliberations. 30 minutes is the time we grant you, so that you leave us with some time to engage with your report. Over to you, ma'am. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just hoping that 30 minutes will suffice. DOD is a very big department, but we'll try to keep to time and probably focus on the critical areas. With me, I'm joined by Dr. Gamete, a CDPSP, and then we also have Karinje van den Berg, who is going to do a presentation on the annual report. We'll then have the acting CFO, Mr. Adam Agotzi, who will then talk to the issues of the AG report and the actions that the department has taken to address the concerns that emanated from the report. And then also we are joined by General Kulu, who is the planner in the office of the Chief of SANDF. And then we also have our internal auditor, Ms. Mabilane. And then we have also Major General Mukabane for a Deputy CHR, as there are some of the issues raised by the AG. And then we've got CLOC on issues of asset management. And then we also have a presentation that will be made on the expenditure on technology for our borders, and that will be done by Major Lieutenant General Spiwe Samweni, who is also part of the team. So that is the team that we have, Chair. And without very much ado, through the Deputy Minister, I'll hand over to Dr. Kamet.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to members of the committee and to the Deputy Minister. I will hand over to Director to go through the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson and Deputy Minister. For the sake of time, I will endeavour to go through certain slides as fast as possible to then rather emphasize certain matters of importance relating to performance information. I will provide a short background, focus on the strategic overview and progress against institutional impacts and outcomes, whilst the acting CFO will deal with the financial information and AGSA outcomes. In terms of the background, of importance is that this specific annual report seeks to provide civil oversight committees an overview of the DoD's performance for the year under review against the allocated budget. So in short, we will endeavour to provide information on what Defence did with the funds appropriated to this department. We also received on slide 7 specific correspondence from the AGSA during the year under review to guide Defence and lay out certain aspects in terms of the regulatory audit to which the department then adhered to. Just in terms of very important target dates in terms of legislation, the first target date in terms of section 41C relates to 31 May, where the Department of Defence submitted its draft financial statements and annual performance report for audit purposes, after which the AGSA conducted the regulatory audit and issued the final audit the general report to Parliament on vote 23 on 31 July. Defence then adhered to section 41D by submitting the annual report to the National Treasury as well as the Executive, whereafter the Executive tabled our annual report on 13 September at the National Assembly, National Council of Provinces. Also, just for information, an annual report consists out of 5 main parts, of which the first part deals with general information and predominantly provides the executive authorities forward and the HOD strategic statement. Part B deals with performance information, providing a short introduction to the defence vote, and then deals with non-financial performance information, which is then audited by the Auditor General in terms of the audit of predetermined objectives. Part C deals with governance aspects of specific importance, relates to governance and accountability aspects within the department, how we deal with risk management, fraud and corruption, parliamentary oversight committees, etc. It's also in this section of the annual report where the DoD Audit Committee report is featured, and for ease of the committee, these aspects has been cross-referenced with the specific page in the DoD annual report where it has been published. Part D deals with comprehensive DoD human resource statistics aligned to DPSA prescribed tables. We also provide a high-level overview on human resource aspects within the department for the 2021-22 financial year. Part E deals with the report by the accounting officer, the Auditor General report, financial statements, as well as the NCACC assurance report by the AGSA. On slide 70, it is important to recognize and to emphasize to the committee that our annual report was compiled in terms of all prescribed legislative requirements, and the annual report endeavours to account to the general public and oversight committees on our initiatives embarked upon amid a very constrained financial appropriation. It also provides a synopsis of high-level achievements, performance information, governance, etc., as mentioned in previous slides. It reflects on actual achievements in relation to information published in the adjusted strategic plan, our annual performance plan, the estimate of national expenditure, and the adjusted estimate. And it also promotes accountability and transparency in the efficient and effectiveness in which the DoD managed diverse matters within the year through different governance structures that have been institutionalized. The annual report provides a retrospective view of a very challenging year. And as the committee is well aware of, that the downward trend over multiple financial years has not yet been abated, and is also likely to continue during the MTEF period with a detrimental effect on the DoD, more specifically the SANDF, and the roll-on effect within defence industry. And that has also been highlighted in the previous presentation by Armscor. Amid the civil unrest in KZN and Gauteng, the SANDF rendered safety and security support to the police in the prevention of crime to quell the potential unrest in the provinces to restore law and order. And to that effect, approximately 15,000 SANDF members were successfully deployed under Operation Prosper. This was a deployment amongst various others, and it also is testament to the DoD's responsibility at the center of saving the lives of the people of South Africa. The DoD, next slide, the DoD needs to develop a view on the level of defence in South Africa and what it can afford and maintain at a specific sustainable level. And to that extent, the CLE portion, the compensation on employees portion of the budget, is a primary area which must be addressed. The ministerial directive dated March 2021 gave effect to the cost-effective measures, cost-saving measures that the department has institutionalized to ensure that cost pressures within the human resource environment is to an extent abated. But notwithstanding these resource constraints, the department continued to fulfill its constitutional mandate to defend land, air, sea, and aiding law enforcement agencies in the fight against cross-border crime and fulfilling the country's global responsibilities in terms of peacekeeping on the continent. In support of government's priorities, the Commander-in-Chief instructed that forces had to be deployed, firstly outside the South African borders in terms of Mistral in the DRC and the General Military Assistance Operation as part of SAMIM in Mozambique, which at the point of time when we compiled the annual report was extended at that point in time to April 2023, but we also know this might change sometime soon. The SANDF deployed inside the South African borders in internal operation with the main aim to safeguard our borders and to assist other government departments in areas such as search and rescue, disaster relief, and safety and security tasks, whilst preserving life, health, or property in emergency situations in the prevention of crime and maintenance of law and order. With relation to our legislative mandate, the department provided the latest status of the draft military discipline bill and this bill will be resubmitted to Parliament during this financial year. And in terms of the Defence Amendment Act, currently also under review, whilst the department executes or adheres to the original sections 59 and 103 of the Defence Act, and it envisages that the implementation of this act through the departmental legal processes should commence during this financial year. With relation to the implementation of the SA Defence Review 2020-50, it is foreseen that in the midst of the current situation in terms of the fiscal framework and realities within defence, that the implementation of the review will not be achieved during this current strategic period, 2019 to 2024. The committee is aware of the fact that the department institutionalized the results-based management framework to express our mandate achievement in terms of the required impact, outcomes, and outputs, as depicted in the RBM model of defence on this slide. On the next slide, we just indicated that the impact statement in terms of enhance and contribute peace, security, and stability in the RSA, the region, Africa, and the world through appropriately resourced and sustained defence capabilities relates to what we aim to change. Whilst the two outcomes of defence in terms of what we wish to achieve relates to accountable and effective governance of the DoD to enhance civil control over defence. And in this effect, during the year under review, the DoD could not manage to reduce audit qualifications to the desired end state of 0 over the strategic period. In terms of an effective and sustainable defence force capacitated to execute defence commitments, the DoD fully complied with audit defence commitments as resourced over the period under review. In terms of the 5 defence outputs, which depicts what the DoD produces or delivers, in terms of output number 1, strategic direction provided, the DoD partially achieved in that area, and detail will be provided in following slides. In terms of capabilities prepared, provided, employed, and supported, the specific degree of achievement have been indicated. In terms of the public indicators, it resulted in an overall partial achievement of planned outputs. The DoD dashboard on the 7th slide just provides data visualization of achievement in terms of the year under review, and detail will be provided in a few slides onwards. If I can focus on the next slide in terms of the medium-term strategic framework, implemented over the period 1 April 2020 to 30 September 2021, prior to the revised NTSF, the SADF supported priority 6 in terms of SA's borders effectively defended, protected and safeguarded by means of the number of land watch subunits deployed and the number of maritime coastal patrols conducted. In terms of priority 7, our compliance with external peace missions on the continent, we executed by means of peace missions, rescue operations, and humanitarian assistance operations. The revised NTSF implemented on 1 October 2021, however, had certain amendments impacting on defence, and the most important amendment related to the fact that the DoD has been excluded from priority 6, whilst the Department of Home Affairs has been assigned as the responsible department. The Department of Defence, however, continued to measure performance against the number of land subunits deployed and maritime coastal patrols by means of DoD selected performance indicators. In terms of priority 7, the DoD remained a lead department in terms of peace missions on the continent. If I look at slide 38, our successes or progress achieved against these priorities over the period. The DoD committed to supporting the people of South Africa internally. We conducted to that effect the planned maritime coastal patrols, where 2 of Corona patrols were executed off the KZN coast at the south coast of the Western Cape during the first quarter of last year, a Maritime Reaction Squadron Reaction Force platoon deployed during the third quarter in the Causey Bay area, and the last coastal patrol was conducted in the Handklip to Quinn Point area in the Western Cape during the fourth quarter. The DoD continued to execute border safeguarding operations in terms of the Defence Act, Section 18(1)D, where we deployed 15 subunits along the RSA borders. And detailed operational successes have been included in the DoD annual report. In terms of slide 40, if we look at progress in terms of priority 7, where the DoD contributed towards regional security on the continent, we continue to support the UNP support operation in the DRC as part of the Force Intervention Brigade, with an average force size of 938 soldiers during 2021. Furthermore, we provided general military assistance by deploying approximately 320 military personnel and equipment in the Cabo Delgado province in Mozambique. If we then look at the institutional performance, and firstly, our response to the COVID-19 pandemic, it is well known that the department deployed under Opnotlela during the peak of COVID-19 up until 30 September 2020. The DoD didn't receive a specific allocation for COVID-19, and all activities executed during the year under review related to funds allocated as normally part of Vote 23. The MOD deployed the SANDF by means of a ministerial directive under VIMBA during the period indicated to provide tertiary medical care in Gauteng in support of the Department of Health. And to this effect, 50 military care personnel were deployed in Gauteng to an amount of approximately 1.2 million, which was mostly utilized to pay allowances of these deployed military personnel. Coming back to our dashboard for program performance, and Chairperson, you should recall when the AGSA presented last week, it was indicated that Defence had an achievement in terms of our indicators to the tune of 60% achieved and 40% not achieved. This percentage included the 15 classified indicators, which is for the purpose of the public annual report excluded. So if we look only at the public indicators as depicted on the dashboard, the DoD achieved 60-70% of our set targets for the year under review, where the bullets indicated in red on the dashboard relates to the areas where we did not achieve. That relates mostly to training targets and where our soldiers were deployed on medical of VIMBA, for instance. It relates to the number of hours flown as well as hours at sea, but the detailed degree of achievement will be provided in a few slides. On the next slide, we just highlight the 10 DOD selected performance indicators, which are included in the estimate of national expenditure and which supports the defence mandate and contributes to the largest cost drivers in defence. To that effect, against the target of 2.6 million reserve force mandates, the DOD achieved 3.27 million. And the delta between the planned and the actual achievement mostly relates to the additional deployments of the SANDF, more specifically in the areas of KZN during the civil unrest, of VIMBA, as indicated throughout the annual report. We maintained 44 defence attaché officers during the year under review. Compliance to the SADC standby force were fully achieved, as well as the 2 external operations I just mentioned. In terms of number of internal operations, also a full achievement. And when we look at the planned joint, interdepartmental, interagency and multinational exercises, and Chair, you would also recall that this is a specific indicator highlighted by the Auditor General that might negatively impact on our role in terms of MTSF priorities. We just achieved 1 out of the planned 2 exercises. And the reason for the non-achievement is primarily due to the fact that in terms of exercise Good Hope, the German Defence Force could not partake, and by means of a mutual agreement, the Germans could withdrew from this exercise, which resulted in the fact that this exercise could not take place as planned due to the fact that it was a multinational exercise. We deployed 15 land port units as indicated. Our number of hours flown against the annual target of 17,100 hours, we achieved nearly 89%, which relates to 15,215 hours. And throughout the 2021 year, by means of BRRR reporting, the department indicated the constraints that the SA Air Force were faced with in terms of maintenance contract, supply of spares, etc., etc. We should also take in mind that most of the flying hours in force, in terms of force employment, relates directly to taskings received for the SA Air Force to provide aircraft. In terms of hours at sea, a 95% achievement. So it relates to 7,600 hours against the 8,000 hours at sea. And this delta can simplistically be explained predominantly by the fact that the Germans withdrew from the GIM exercise Ops Good Hope, and therefore the SA Navy could not execute the specific number of sea hours force employment planned for that specific exercise. And the department then execute the 4 maritime coastal patrols as planned. The next slide just indicate the actual expenditures or degree of achievement against the 10 public output indicators not achieved, where about 4 related to in the tune of 90% upwards of achievement. There were achievements between 30 and 50%, and the committee is aware that the Department of Defence strategy could not be concluded mainly due to resource allocation and the fact that the specific level of defence ambition will dictate what the defence strategy will contain, which will then also filter through to various departmental strategies and policies in the medium term to come. To explain the degree of non-achievement by means of data visualization, In terms of the 10 indicators not achieved, 2 has been achieved to an extent greater than 90%, 3 achieved greater than 50%, and the others as depicted on the slide. Providing the committee with a year-on-year analysis of achievement, whilst the 2 outer years shaded in yellow relates to the current strategic period. The DoD, with the exception of the 1920 financial year, achieved or struggled to achieve much more than in the mid 60% of achievements. The committee will also notice that in 2017, we dealt with 100 indicators, whilst with the implementation of the results-based management framework, our measurement relates directly to defence mandate achievement in terms of the required impact, outcome and output. And these indicators are thus now much more focused on mandate achievement. And for the year under review, we dealt with 30 public indicators, of which 67% has been achieved. If I can provide an overview of governance and accountability matters, the Ethics Committee has been established during the year under review. Various governance structures were also institutionalized by leadership, more specifically the accounting officer. And to this effect, the accounting officer manages the action plans and other governance matters predominantly on a monthly basis through the Accountability Management Committee. Monitoring and evaluation reports are then utilized as an early warning mechanism that endeavors to provide to activate performance improvement to ensure future planning is aligned to organizational objectives. These monitoring and evaluation reports are then also utilized by the accounting officer through specific governance structures to monitor performance and implement control measures, enhance internal controls to ensure that performance is on track then towards the end of a specific period. Chairperson, you should also recall the specific accountability ecosystem that the Auditor General provided to the committee last year, indicating the ecosystem to influence performance, to at the end of the day ensure that performance is enhanced, audit findings are reduced, with the main aim to enhance the lives of our citizens. Our governance and accountability model is nothing else or fits in very clearly within the AGSA's ecosystem, where on the left-hand side, management within defence relates to the first line of assurance providers within the department. And monitoring and evaluation and risk management relates then to a second line of assurance to ensure that performance is on track, that our measures that are in place is correct and effective, and also to ensure that specific performance are correctly recorded, information are kept at a central point or stored at a central point, and that specific performance planning can be implemented. Our Chief Audit Executive ensures then a third line of assurance to predominantly assure that internal controls are in place and effective. Within the department, there are different oversight roles. Firstly, internal structures through which the accounting officer monitors performance relating to the Accountability Management Committee and the Strategic Risk Management Committee. External structures then predominantly deals with the DOD Audit Committee, and chairperson then, of course, the parliamentary oversight bodies, which relates to the Portfolio Committee and the Joint Standing Committee of Defence. On the next slide, we indicated that enterprise and strategic risk assessments were conducted during the year of review, and to that effect, we are glad to be able to report that the Department of Defence risk management maturity level did increase during the year under review and stabilized at a 5 assessment level received from the National Treasury. The DOD Audit Committee also furthermore provided assurance in terms of the risk management system, including specific recommendations to the Executive Authority and the Accounting Officer. Our Directorate Anti-Corruption and Anti-Fraud served as a nodal point within the department by providing a whistleblowing hotline and to detect and do awareness and education services throughout the year. And to that extent, the department conducted 56 awareness activities. The hotline, the whistleblowing hotline service received 19 whistleblowing cases, of which the 16 were identified for investigation. It's also important to note that not all these cases that have been registered via the whistleblowing hotline result in cases of fraud and corruption. Therefore, the fact that it's referred for specific investigation, mostly through the military police component within the department. If we go to the fourth section of the DOD annual report relating to human resource management, the DOD planned for an average HR strength of 73,153 during the year, but at the end of the year, we achieved an average strength less than that, in the tune of 61,235, which resulted in a difference on 1,918. The lower than anticipated strength is mostly due to the PSAP, the Public Service Act personnel starting strength that has been carried through since the 2018 year, whereas the department from time to time are challenged to fill vacant PSAP posts to the expected rate within the department. If we look at the allocation received initially, 29.3 billion, which at that point in time implied a possible shortfall of just over 4 billion. The Department of Defence received additional allocations through the special E&E and ANE, which then adjusted the HR allocation to 31 billion, and that then resulted in an overall COE shortfall for the 2021-22 financial year of 2.708 billion. The Ministerial Directive of March 2021 dictated certain cost-saving measures as indicated in the slide, which the department commenced implementing. And on the next slide, it is clear that those measures and the ministerial directives intent did bear some fruit, because in the National Treasury's allocation letter for the 2022 MTEF, the National Treasury increased our COE baseline with 1 billion and 800 million respectively over the 22 and 23 financial years. If we then look at financial information, the acting CFO will provide details on the audit outcomes in relation to received and the spending against that appropriation.
Thank you, Chair and members of the PCD Deputy Minister. Chair, with regard to slide number 61, the department received 48 billion as an appropriation for the year, which was an increase of 9.8% increase on the prior year's appropriation. We were able to spend 99.96 of the appropriated funds and surrendered 20.5 million to the National Revenue Fund. So in effect, in percentage, it was 0.042% that we surrendered back to National Treasury. With regard to slide number 62, the under expenditure relates to the first one deals with administration, which was 6.9 million. This dealt with the Reserve Force Council, whose contract had expired and had not been extended yet at the end of the financial year. And that approximately was about 1.6 million. Then there was the military ombud. There was about 5.3 million from the military ombud that was not spent due to the reduction in the number of outreach programs that the environment had. Then under the military health support services, there was 827,000 rand, which we did not spend. And this had to do with the St. John's ambulance environment that claimed less than we anticipated. And then under general support, there was 12.7 million that was not spent. This had to do with forex gain, foreign exchange gain that we benefited from due to the exchange rate fluctuations with regard to the seed capital, which we paid to SADC on an annual basis. Slide number 63 deals with the expenditure in terms of economic classification. The big difference there will be the 2.7 billion and the funding for the COE. So from an expenditure point of view, we exceeded our COE by 2.7 billion and funded that shortfall out of goods and services. With regard to the audit outcomes, I'll just have a separate presentation on that quickly, Chair.
Yes, may go ahead.
There we go, Chair. Okay, the department received 4 qualifications for the year under review. Unfortunately, these 4 qualifications relate to the same qualifications we received from the prior period. Even though we had action plans on them, we could not resolve all the challenges and all the issues from the prior year. However, the number of findings with regard to these qualifications did reduce. We also had findings from the AG on the usefulness and the reliability of performance information. What we do as a department is once we receive the audit reports from the AG, including the management reports, we develop action plans per service and division. These action plans are then consolidated by the finance division, which is presented to monthly AMC meetings, which is Accountability Management Committee, which is chaired by the SecDef and attended by all chiefs of services and divisions. Once these action plans have been developed, which is what we currently busy with and is work in progress, then the internal audit division audits these action plans to ensure that the control weaknesses which have been identified by the AG and the recommendations made by the auditors are being implemented internally within the department. Now, these are the 4 qualifications, and I'll just skip the slide and deal with the actual qualifications and where we are in dealing with them. So the first qualification from the AG deals with the inherent risk within the sensitive environment of the SDA, the Special Defense Account. So within the Special Defense Account of the department, 11% of the spending within the SDA relates to the sensitive environment. Now, these sensitive environments relate to 0.6% of the entire 48.8 billion actual expenditure of the department. So this is approximately about 500 million rand of expenditure that we incur within the sensitive environment of the SDA. So in principle, the AG has access to 99.3% of the department spending, which is not a material amount. However, because of the nature of the transactions within the sensitive environment, the AG raises a limitation, and quantitatively and qualitatively, they deem it to be material, hence we get qualified on it. This qualification is not something new, unfortunately, to the department. We've been qualified on this over the last 3 or 4 years. These also relate to the COVID space within the crime intelligence and the state security, because these 3 entities of government have this impact. Currently, we do present these reports to the Portfolio Committee on Intelligence. So the Portfolio Committee on Intelligence is trying to manage and see the possible risk of how do we deal with this risk that affects these three entities. These interactions have been going on for some time. The AG also got involved about 5-6 years ago, where a benchmarking was made across the world, where other entities rely on the compliance report issued by the accounting officer. However, within the Department of or within the South African AG environment, they do not rely on the work that we do internally. The next qualification dealt with the completeness of irregular expenditure. Now, we did, and Chair and the members of the PCD, you are aware of this finding that we have presented to the members of the Portfolio Committee over the last couple of years. And we did indicate that the internal audit environment of the department has been tasked. That was somewhere in November last year to evaluate the control environment and identify additional findings with relates to the irregular expenditure, and to be able to assist the Finance Division to record these so that we can determine whether if we've addressed all the completeness or not. In the current year of review, the 2021-2022 financial year, we incurred 3.1 billion of irregular expenditure. 2.7 billion relates to the underfunding of the compensation of employees, which in principle makes up about 86% of the total irregular expenditure that we have incurred. And in the presentation by my colleague earlier on, she did indicate that we have actually approached National Treasury to condone this underfunding on our behalf, but they did make some conditions for us to be able to meet before they will consider the condonement. And part of this intervention that we've implemented as a department relates to the exit mechanism that we've implemented. And we hope by the end of the financial year, we should be able to utilize the 1 billion that they gave us to be able to reduce our figures. And when this is implemented, we hope as a department that within the next 3 years, in the 2024-2025 financial year, we should be able to break even and be able to stabilize within the allocated COE allocation from National Treasury. As indicated, the internal audit division, we have about 78 procurement entities. The internal audit, because of the number of auditors that they have in the environment, which is approximately about 45 auditors who must audit 78 procurement units, they were able to identify an additional 381 million rand of irregular expenditure that was not recorded in our books. We did subsequently record this, disclose it in our books after the internal audit division finalizes. So now there is progress from the work that internal audit is doing to show the amount of additional work that needs to be done for us to be able to prove to the auditors that we are doing something about the completeness of these irregularities. The internal audit division, the Inspector General, the military police, and the citizen divisions, boards of inquiries are investigating circumstances surrounding the incurrence of these irregularities. And with the findings that the internal audit environment have identified, in conjunction with the Governance, Risk and Compliance Accountability Committee within the procurement units, these findings are being shared among all the procurement units to ensure that there's some kind of consistency in the application of legislation, so that we are ensuring that we do not have these repeat findings. We are also worried as a department, and we do acknowledge that the process is quite slow in terms of implementing some of the recommendations from our Board of Inquiries and finalizing the Board of Inquiries. But we are doing everything we can as an organization and as a department to ensure that we address these challenges and issues going forward. The next finding deals with the existence or the qualification with regard to the asset management environment. So part of the findings that was raised by the AG deals with the existence of assets that could not be verified. Last year we had the same finding, but what we decided to do was try and go through a whole process of testing the completeness of our assets. So far we have accounted for 52%. So based on what the AG identified and picked up, we have identified 52% of the current assets that we fiscally verified for existence. And we hope by the 31st of March, 2023, would have been able to complete this exercise. So far, we've gone through a process of identifying 52% of the assets that the AG could not pick up. When it comes to supporting documentation for assets acquired, Last year, the AG raised findings with regard to supporting documentation that we could not provide. The asset management, the asset directorate environment has implemented a system where they've got an audit team within the environment to source all supporting documentations that the AG could not find last year that was accounted for in our financial statements. And we hope by the end of March, just before we finalize the financial statements, we should be able to quantify a bulk of these supporting documentations and give it to the auditors to audit during the interim audit. There was also findings on completeness of movable tangible assets. There are monthly reviews of the asset registers by the different services and divisions to ensure that supporting documentations are allocated. Monthly reconciliations are done. This is presented at these monthly AMC meetings. Chair, I do acknowledge we do make these presentations on a yearly basis to you. However, there is a lot of effort that is being put in, and there is reductions. It's slow, but we hope by the end of March we should be able to address these challenges. There was also findings from the AG's office with regard to assets that were acquired after 1 April 2002, which were still recorded at 1 rand. In terms of the modified cash standard, you have to now, after 1 April 2002, because we're not on accrual accounting, assign values to all assets that you acquire beyond 1 April 2002. So the services and divisions are going through exercises to identify these assets and with invoices to be able to record these assets at the correct values to be able to put into our asset register. We also indicated the challenge we have with capacity within the asset manager environment. We are in discussions, the HR environment is in discussions with the CETAs to assist us in getting assistance from newly qualified graduates who will be able to come into the department to assist us in verifying the status of some of these assets. It would be like the old school way of stock take and stock counts. But the good thing is when we do implement this specific initiative to assist us in, number one, it's not going to cost the department. The funding will be coming out of CETA, we'll be creating jobs within the department. And also these young graduates will be able to learn from some of these exercises that they'll be able to do to reduce the amount of completeness and existence findings that we receive from the AG. Our next finding deals with the qualification on the leave accrual and the leave balances. We did assure you last year that we will do everything we can to resolve this finding. We were able to resolve the finding in the current year, the year that the AG audited. So in the 2021-2022 financial year, we were able to resolve the finding. The challenge was in the prior year, because auditors audit the corresponding figures and the current figures. So the current year, we were able to resolve it. With the prior year findings, we're not able to resolve all the findings in terms of all the leave that was not accounted for. And we identified that some of the root cause relates to inactive members and members who are on suspensions were included in these leave accrual calculation that we made as a department. So what we have done so far is we've actually gone through the process of correcting the prior year misstatement, and we are about 60% complete. And the HR environment with regard to, and with CETA has assured us that by the 30th of November, they should be able to address almost 100% of these challenges. So we will be working with the auditors on these opening balances. Once the interim audit has started and they start doing the interim audit, we'll give them all the information that we've picked up so far and all the adjustments that we've made for them to be audited, to be able to audit it before we issue our financial statements at the end of March. The next finding dealt with the performance information. So we did indicate that the AG had a concern with how we reported on performance information last year. So there were misstatements with regard to the reported achievements within the SAMS and the joint ops environment. And there was also insufficient evidence that we could not provide to support our actually reported achievements. But prior to the AG finalizing the audit report in July and issuing the audit report, we were able to correct those misstatements and provide them with the supporting documentations. The challenge was it was right almost at the end of July, so the AG could not audit it. But when they start with their interim audit, this finding will be resolved, and we will do everything as a department not to have this finding again going forward, because we have now updated our standard operating procedures and we've updated the technical indicator descriptions. which will be able to eradicate such future misstatements. And on a quarterly basis, we will review whatever is reported to the DPME environment so that everything that we do record is supported. The internal auditors will also audit the information before it's inputted into our quarterly reports to ensure that there's some kind of accuracy in what is reported and the integrity of the information. Then there was a special audit that was done on Operation Tusano, Project Tusano, a value for money audit. And the AG's findings related to the contract is open-ended. We have confirmed that the contract is not open-ended. It has an end date, which is in January 2025. The AG also raised findings with regard to the process of contracting that was not fair, equitable, and transparent. And we did indicate that this was a bilateral agreement that is between two different organizations and two different departments or two different countries. And as a department, we are considering the status of the contract that we have with Operation Tusano, Project Tusano, to be able to just reevaluate it based on all the concerns and findings that have been raised by the Auditor General. There were also findings with regard to the services that were uneconomically procured compared to the industry. In the past, we've always utilized the industry, the defense industry, to service our vehicles, but there were always challenges with regard to value for money because the work that was done, we had to go back and assign other entities to do the work on our behalf. So it did cost us a bit more because we're basically redoing the fixing of these vehicles 2 or 3 times. Hence, we went for this bilateral agreement with the country concerned. There was also findings from the AG with regard to the uneconomical vocational professional services that we do have with regard to training of our students, that it was too high compared to the industry. This work that we do or the training that we give to our students in Cuba cost on average 102,000 rand per student. This is inclusive of tuition fees, the meals, accommodation, stationery, books, and transportation, compared with how much it costs us to send a student, depending on whether if we're training them as soldiers, as engineers, or whatever else we may have been training them for. So when we do compare this cost within South Africa to what we were getting from the Cubans, was on average anywhere between 60,000 to 120,000, which gave us about 90,000 on average per student. Only on tuition. It did not include accommodation, books, transportation, or any other expenditure that may relate to the training of the students. The AG also raised findings on our material irregularities. So they issued 5 material irregularities to the department. The newest one is the one with regard to the importation of the Hebron drug. And the AG's concern was, yes, they do acknowledge that we did bring the drug into the country, a drug that was unregistered. However, after the ministerial task team's report, we did return all the drugs. We do acknowledge that we did pay 33.8 million extra, or we did pay 33.8 million for the first consignment. And the concern that the AG raised was, why didn't we record, that should be a financial loss for the department, and why didn't we initially record it as a financial loss or as fruitless expenditure? We did record the 33.8 million as irregular expenditure, which is in our books. So part of our included in our irregular expenditure disclosed, this 33.8 million includes the specific acquisition of this drug. The concern then was, what is the department doing about it with regard to consequence management? The minister did instruct, and the minister did inform the PCD that she did instruct the chief of the SANDF to institute consequence management with regard to the entity report and the 33.8 million that we paid for the drug that was returned. Then there was a finding on the asset management contract. The AG did indicate that we awarded a contract irregularly to 2 companies valued at 922 million rand. We did acknowledge that, yes, the contract may have been awarded irregularly. The AG said there's a possible financial loss of 250 million. As a department, once we received the finding, we recorded the amount of 617 million, which we did pay out of the 922 million as irregular expenditure. So we did record the 617 million in our financial statements as irregular expenditure, but we do not think as a department that we did incur any financial loss, because once we received the finding from the AG and we realized there was the contract was awarded irregularly, we did ensure that we did not exceed the 617 million that we had already paid by then. So we have recorded the amount as irregular expenditure, but we are of the view that it is not a financial loss. The Eco Park lease agreement, we have discussed this with the PCD at numerous different PCD presentations. The accounting officer did institute an investigation. It was finalized. Recommendations were made. As a department, we did agree that it was fruitless expenditure. We have recorded the fruitless expenditure into our financial statements. The log division also finalized a board of inquiry where they also agreed that it was fruitless expenditure. However, the board of inquiry indicated that nobody could be held accountable because they were doing their job, and we did incur the fruitless expenditure which has been accounted for. The fourth material irregularity raised by the AG relates to the unfair award of fuel contract. This related to jet fuel contracts were required at Waterkloof Air Force Base. Initially, when we did tender for this contract, it was based on a rail delivery, so it was supposed to be delivered via rail. And unfortunately, our rail system was damaged, so we could not deliver this fuel via rail. So we ended up delivering this fuel via, or the supplier delivered the fuel via road, which cost us 33 cents extra per liter. So it was approximately about, I think, 2.7 million extra that we did incur with regard to this specific contract. We did give all this evidence to the auditors and explain to them that we had to deviate from the rail and move to road. However, they were not happy with our response, and they have now submitted this finding and the case to the Hawks for further investigation. The last material irregularity raised by the AG relates to thermal scanners during the COVID period. So we, as a department, we were tasked by the president to protect the country where our soldiers were deployed. In April of 2022, actually it was at the end of March 2022 when COVID hit the country and the rest of the world. We had to go out there and protect the nation. We had to go out there and protect our soldiers. There was nowhere else we could get these thermal scanners. These are just not the small little scanners, that handheld scanners that you use to take temperatures, but these were walk-through scanners. In April 2020, National Treasury had not yet determined or regulated the price to buy these thermal scanners. So we went ahead and looked around the world to find this because it was critical for us to be able to protect the nation, because you didn't know how to, nobody knew in the world how to deal with this. So we had to buy these thermal scanners. We bought them on an average at 3,300 per scanner. These are, as I said, this is not handheld scanners, but it was walk-through scanners. Then in June, National Treasury now came up with a regulated price of 2.7 per scanner. So we paid on average about 490, 500 Rand extra per scanner. But by the time we bought these scanners, it was not regulated anywhere. So we did explain to the auditors that yes, we do not agree that it should be a material loss, because we had to protect the world, we had to protect the country, we had to protect our citizens, we had to protect our soldiers who were deployed. So there was no other way of acquiring these scanners when there was not a regulated price by then. Chair, this is the end of our presentation with regard to the AG's findings and our response there afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Secretary.
We are left with one presentation that is supposed to be done by General Sangweni. I don't know if you want to take that and we have one discussion on all three.
No, let's conclude this, Secretary. At least I've seen the general's presentation, about 4-page. We'll deal with it. We'll try to save a few minutes towards the end to deal with that one. Can we deal with this? There's been a lot. I think we need to chew it a bit. But before I open it up, you know, Secretary, Bonsi makes me laugh. I mean, he says, the AG says the contract is open-ended. And his response, I think your response, Secretary, is that no, man, it's not open-ended. There's an end date, 2025. That's not what the AG says. The AG says the mere fact that the two contracts are capable of being supplemented many times, up to 17 times, it means that it is open-ended. It means that you can do everything under the sun. I'm saying that advisedly. I'm saying that advisedly. So that's the type of contract that is talking about. That you have been able to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even some of the things that were not originally envisaged in the construction of the first two contracts, but today they are possible with the supplementary contracts. That's what the AG says, not what you are saying. I mean, the AG looks at this thing this way, and you look at it differently, and then you say, no, we've complied. There's no issue about it. The second point, value for money. The AG says, no, look, you say you are spending so much on this and a project, for example. I'm making that as an example. And but you have not tested the local market. In the local market, you'd effect savings. You'd spend much less. And you come here, you argue, get hot under the collar. When you, executive, have, the department, not you in person, have stopped the AG from conducting a value for money assessment. So we can't take what we are saying. When the AG says, look, on the basis of the information, limited as it is, this is what I can conclude, I can find, However, I'm still, in terms of the agreement between ourselves and the department, I'm yet to do an evaluate, what you call a value for money assessment, but I'm being prevented from doing so. And you want us to accept your argument. I thought you make me laugh, but now I can feel that no. In fact, you can argue your point, but for as long as you are not using the same facts that the AG is using, we're not going to take your argument. Thank you very much. I've recognized Mr. Mare and Thabo Motle.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I couldn't agree more with you on that point that you have raised, and I fully underwrite and support you, what you have said. And as long as we are fighting and bickering with each other between the department and the Auditor General, we will get nowhere. Because over some time, the attitude that I have perceived from the department is the Auditor General is wrong, we are right. Auditor General said, no. Look at the acts, look at the laws, look at the National Treasury regulations, look at the Defence Act, look at the Constitution. You are in the wrong. But the department remains kind of arrogant to say that, sorry, we know best. Just leave us alone. We will spend the money as we want and hands off. That will never work. And as long as we are proceeding along this route, we will get nowhere and we will not find each other. Chairperson, I want to start off by looking at slides 45 to 47, which is in fact, similar to what we have discussed with Armscor previously. And if you look at that, it seems like there's always justification for how they have performed. Each year we see a reduction in allocations. We see hours, flying hours being cut, and then the department comes proudly and say, we have nearly spent every 100%. That means that this year there will be even less hours flown and hours on the sea. And so everything has been reduced, and it seems like, they're doing fantastic. Again, value for money. If you look at the mandate in the Constitution and what we are supposed to do,
sorry, Secretary.
We must really ask the question.
Chair, I just thought that I should interrupt. We are not getting Honorable Mare. Somewhere we lose him.
Oh, there's no feed. Okay. All right. Are you okay now? Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly, Chairperson.
We can hear you, Chair. Somewhere we hear him, somewhere we lose him.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mare, go ahead. Let's do this, Mr. Mare. You may switch off your video so as to improve the connectivity. There you are.
Okay. I'm on Wi-Fi on my side, so I do not have any connectivity problems on my side. So again, we must go back to value for money. And are we achieving in terms of what we are supposed to achieve in terms of protecting our country? The fact that we are saying, for instance, on deployment to the borders, we are 100% because we are only 15. We know that 15 is not enough. We know that the 17,000 hours to fly is not enough. We know that the 8,000 hours, sea hours, is not nearly enough of what we need to do. We know that 4 maritime patrols is it's like a shot in the dark, a gunshot in the dark, and hope something will happen from there. It is not nearly enough. So somewhere along the line, we as a committee will have to go and analyze these things, because these targets, output targets and performance targets means nothing to me if we cannot protect South Africa, if we cannot equip the defense force, if we cannot upgrade, if we cannot procure, if we cannot keep up with technology. It means absolutely nothing. So that's the first thing. Then just on the budget, because that is the other very important matter. If my calculation is correct, it has been reported that we had an increase, and I read, we received an increase of 9.87% on the year, but if I read the table just below, we have decreased from 54 million to 48 million. That is not an increase, that is a decrease of about the same percentage. So that is a huge confusion, and obviously we must just correct that and deal with that appropriately. Then I just wanted to touch on a number of things that is obviously part of the annual report, but that is not necessarily in the detail here. When we look at our facilities, like we have seen lately in the newspapers about Air Force headquarters, Defense headquarters, about the state of our buildings, our facilities, air conditioning. We know the challenges that we have had with DPWI and Defense Works Formation to be taken that over. Where do we stand with Defense headquarters, Air Force headquarters, and those facilities that our people must work under? And also, who is responsible for tenders and for leases of property? Is it DPWI? Is it Department of Defense? Is it Armscor? Who is responsible for that? The reason I'm asking this is, if I am correct, and please correct me, when did we lease the St. George's Hotel? In a in a written response to a written question of mine, the minister confirmed that when the St. George's Hotel was leased, the PFMA was not followed. In other words, a irregular expenditure. If I'm correct, it was in this financial year that it was leased. It has not been reported on, and I just need clarification on that. Then I need to ask on a number of things. On the DOD and funding that will be available, we have heard presentations from Armscor, and we know about projects, Hoefyster and all those projects and upgrades that is available, that must be done. Please inform us about funding. Funding to the SA Navy for the upgrade, the mid-life upgrades and the maintenance of the frigates and the submarines, whether funding has been provided, because we get a lot of information, but then eventually it is dependent on the financing. And we put in a lot of hours and a lot of work, and if the funding is not available, it's all fruitless work. You know, we could have stopped with that long time ago. Then I specifically want to ask about contracts in terms of renewal of contracts, and the one specific one that I want to inquire about, and that is the contracts with regards to the maintenance and repair of the environmentally controlled army warehouses in Walmansdal, in Centurion, in Durban, in Denel, in the Brug, and others. What is the situation with that? Because that has got a huge impact on the immediate availability and the deployability of our vehicles and prime mission equipment. Then on the Air Force Base maintenance, it has been indicated to us that Air Force Base Waterkloof is a major problem with regards to dolomite problems. What has been done over this financial year, and what has been planned on that? And then on the report of the compensation of employees, please indicate to me whether the use of reserve force members and man days, whether that is part of goods and services or whether that is part of compensation of employees, because it is reserve force members, it is employees, because we have got a one force approach and a one force principle, whether that is part of that, and obviously, you know, what will be the impact on that going forward, especially with additional deployments taking place. That is very important. Then it has been reported on the 2015 Defence Review. You will recall, Chairperson, that we've asked a number of times the relevancy of, you know, getting back to us on the 2015 Defence Review, because we know that there is no money for that. It is unrealistic, it's unaffordable, it's unsustainable, but it has been reported to us that it will go to Cabinet. Has there been any developments on the 2015 Defence Review as it stands at the moment, whether we must still follow that or whether there will be a review coming up, and if so, when? Then, Chairperson, just on to SANO, it has again been indicated that there will be a reconsideration of the current contracts going forward. What does that imply? Because it seems like there's not a good relationship between the Department of Defense and National Treasury. And National Treasury has got certain regulations and PFMA regulations and laws and legislation, and in terms of the Auditor General. However, it doesn't seem like Department of Defense wants to play game with them. Then on Project Hoefyster, we have heard that they are planning to go ahead with Project Hoefyster, but it has been reported to us a number of times that there are no funding in this year and over the medium term provided anything for Project Hoefyster. Where do we stand with Project Hoefyster, and what will happen in that regard in terms of funding? Chairperson, then I just want, the last point that I want to raise is on Biro and specifically Hotel, Project Hotel, whether there are any cost implications regarding the delay in that project, Hotel, and because we know it's because of, it might be because of points beyond their control. And then also the C-130s, whether there are any plans to increase the numbers, to purchase any second-hand ones as we go ahead, because that is incredibly important for logistical support to our soldiers.
You run a risk of not getting the answers today.
I know, and we know that, but if they can even, you know, record that and send us in writing, because this is the only opportunity that we've got to put the questions, Chairperson. That is the problem.
I thought we should prioritize questions and deal with those that speak to the budget as presented. Yeah. Then the rest, we can deal with them in here as we monitor the expenditure.
Yeah, but we're running out of time for that as well. But anyway,
I'm not limiting you in any way. I'm not limiting you in any way.
I hear what you say, And I think for the moment, that is about it anyway from my side. Thank you very much, Chair.
5th or 20th? Right. Thabo, you are next. Was it Thabo?
Yes, Chair.
Oh, yes. Over to you, Mr. Motley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe, Chair, in future, when the budget like this is presented, because the AG has identified a weakness in the department in terms of their systems to detect some of these things. Maybe the department must also give us an internal audit outcome, even before we deal with the Auditor General findings in terms of their opinion and auditing of the activities that the department has embarked on, so that we are able to strike a balance as to whether this internal audit is indeed performing its duties or is just there for compliance. Because some of these issues that the AG is picking up, they should have been picked up by the internal audit and corrected even before the AG comes and audit. And on the findings of the AG Chair, on material irregularities under inventory and asset management contract, the AG there say there's a financial loss of 250 million. When you go to what the department is saying, the department are saying there is no financial loss because out of the 922, only 617 was spent. Against what they have budgeted. So, but the AG there is saying the contract which was awarded irregularly to two companies instead of one to the value of 922, and he further raised a possible financial loss of 250. Further says one of the companies pulled out of the contract midway, and at the end of the financial year, that which the department has confirmed to be spent as 617 million was paid. But the point here, Chair, maybe the clarity that they must give us was the company that pulled out of the contract, was it the one that was paid this 250 million, or what is it the AG is talking about according to their own understanding? Because if there is a financial loss, it means that money was paid and no services was received for those monies. Out of that, because I think the department is avoiding a situation where it must then embark on a process of ensuring that those responsible accounts, and it's resorting to just saying there was no financial loss because this money that we have spent is less than what we actually appointed these companies for. And it can be correct. You look at also the issue of the importation of the drug, where they equally speak about the financial loss. But my worry is one, Chair, is that when you pay for any goods, that goods then becomes your property. Whether it's irregular or it's not irregular, it's another matter to deal with. But you have paid for it. It's like buying a stolen cell phone. You pay for it. As much as it's a criminal activity, it becomes your property. And when the police come and confiscate it, you will then record a loss of whatever amount that you have paid for that particular cell phone. So in this case, the department has paid 33.85 million for the drug. And when the MTT made a recommendation, there was no contestation to say, but we have paid. As much as we are returning everything, made them aware that part of the consignment has been paid for, therefore it's a property of the Department of Defense. Therefore, there must be a process of disposal or a form of donation so that that financial loss, as it is recorded, there's a process. You don't just say we have paid, and because there was a recommendation, we have returned everything, and we have just lost the money as just like that, because to avoid future recurrence of such events, something needs to be done so that there's a deterrent, so that those that are responsible, they do not commit the same error over and over again. So yeah, those are the two questions that in the interest of time, I would want the department to remark on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The department is certainly not going to be able to do justice to all the questions within the time remaining, but I will still grant them time to at least prioritize the answers and then submit the rest in writing. Because we still need to give the general some few minutes to do his presentation. Colleagues, please allow me to stretch the meeting until 1:30. Do you agree so that we do a bit of justice to the item?
No problem. No problem.
Thank you so much. All right, Secretary, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start first by taking some of the questions, and some of them I'll defer to CDOC as well as the acting CFO. Let me start with the issue that has been raised by Honorable Mutle, and that is in relation to the internal audit section of the department. In our meeting, we have our acting internal auditor. And I must say that, Chairperson, you would know that we have the Auditor General, we have an audit committee, which we are required as per Treasury regulations that each and every department should have, and then we have internal audit. Now, internal audit every year is required to have made their own commitments to the audit committee to say that how many audits are they going to conduct in the department. So internal audit itself also gets looked at, and they then deliver on that. Now, the AG would then also, before we sit down and discuss management letter with them, they would use our internal audit reports to do their own risk assessment. and this happens when they are doing their own planning. So in some of the things that AG raises, there are 8 issues that would have actually been picked up by our internal audit. I must say, Chair, that internal audit, we've said it in the past that we are not where we want to be from a capacity point of view, but then yes, there is work that is being done by our own internal audit, and we'll state that actually the other over 300 million that was included in our irregular expenditure, it was as a result of us having mandated our internal audit to go and audit our procurement centers. So had we not done that, we would have not found out what the situation was. So I just thought that I needed to deal with that. There was a question, Chair, that says, where are we on Biro on hotel? We have already received one IPV, which is done by Damien Shipyard. Tomorrow, actually, on Friday, they are actually coming, they are testing the second IPV. So the money for those 2 projects, for both the IPVs and the OPVs, is there in the SDA. You would recall that we struggled in the beginning because there were some years where there wasn't sufficient funding made for both projects. And we came back to the committee to state that we have been able to get money and we think that we should be able to deliver on both of them. There are snacks here and there in relation to a hotel, and it is not because of our side. It has to do with the company that is also dealing on that. And the issue that we also addressed was the escalation based on the exchange rate. In terms of the defense review, Chairperson, it is said that where are we? Because then we have not been able to deliver on the defense review. And I agree with that statement because the intention of the defense review was to arrest the decline. And truth be told, we are in a worse off situation than we were when the defense review was adopted and initiated. And amongst other things also, that defense review was going to assist us in terms of the rejuvenation, that as and when the colleagues leave the institution, then we are able to absorb. Now, what we are doing because of the over expenditure on the COE, remember that we had made commitments as to what it is that we are doing to deal with that. So when it comes to the rejuvenation, we do it once every 2 years. And of course, because then we were not able to deliver on that. That is why in the speech of the Honorable Minister, we were then saying there was a different defense level of ambition that was dictated by defense review. And because we are not able to deal with that, she gave commitment that we need to go back to the drawing board and say on the basis of the financial resources that are available, let's go to the drawing board and say, what is it that we can do with the money that we are given for us to be able to deliver on our mandate to defend and protect. And I must say that since then, we have had a number of work sessions by the different work structures to try and respond to the commitments that the minister has made to Parliament. And those are the things that we're looking at. But we'll also recall that the defense review was approved by Cabinet. So once we have determined that, the minister would have, through a CAPE memo, take that back to Cabinet so that then we have endorsement by Cabinet to say this is the defense level of ambition that they are looking at. There was a question as well that was posed around the issues of the use of the reserve members and where they stand in terms of compensation, whether they fall under the COE or not. Yes, they do fall under the COE because in most instances where we do our deployment, we do so by placing the reliance on our reserve members. And that's why we then say that part of the problem is when our budget is cut, is that it impacts the ones we already have deployed on the ground. So it means that we have a certain number of boots on the ground, and the money we get is not equal to the number of the boots on the ground that we have. So that is what the impact is. But also one of the facts of the matter is that the department is also not in control on the assignments that is going to be given. So some of them, like your KZN, like the floods and all those things, they are not things that when we set off to draft our APPs were known to us. However, when they did happen, it was such that we could not divorce ourselves and sit back and say, we are not going to be able to deliver on that. And sometimes that's where we then get caught between the rock and the hard place to then say, based on the resources you have, where are you going to put a priority? On the issue of Hoefyster, Chair, I think that we also need to be realistic. Yes, what remains a fact is that we need those budgets. But if we also look at how long in the making these budgets have been, the situation has changed financially from a country standpoint and also financially from a departmental point of view. What we are saying, which is a task we have given to Armscor, go and do your own due diligence so that if you then come to us and say, this is the amount of money we need to finish phase one. We must finish that phase one, having been given assurance that in their interaction with our defense industry, we will have partners that will proceed with us to phase two, meaning the phase where we industrialize, where we begin to deliver on that. And of course, because of the challenges we have had with Denel, we had to sit and go back to the drawing board. And that's when then Armscor interacts with us as end users to say, what are the waivers that we can make on the specifications that we had made in the beginning. And this is reacting to the fact that the reality has changed on the ground and that what we wanted will not be there. And surely, even if we were going to proceed to the level 2 of industrialization, I think it would be naive on our part to think that we'll get the same number of vehicles that we wanted.
Secretary, please be mindful of time.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Please don't repeat that presentation. You've already.
Okay, can I then hand over to the acting CFO to then talk to the issues of immaterial irregularity?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with regard to Honorable Marais' question on slide number 61, with regard to the increase of 9.87. Yes, Honorable Marais is correct. It was just a little error from our side. It should have been a decrease of 9.87% on the prior year appropriation and not an increase. So that was just a little mistake from our side. Our apologies for that. With regard to St. George's Hotel, the lease started in February of 2022. The first payments were made in 2022. So by the end of the financial year, we had not made a payment yet. Hence, the irregular expenditure was not recorded. But in the 2022-2023 financial year, we have recorded what we've paid so far as irregular expenditure in our books. So at the end of the financial year, it was not yet paid, hence it was not disclosed. With regard to the material irregularity from Honorable Mutle on the asset management contract, the AG's finding indicated that should we spend the entire 922 million rand, then there's a likely financial loss of 250 million. We did not pay the entire 922. So there was no financial loss, but the 617 million that we did pay was irregular, and we have recorded that as irregular. But at that stage, the 670 million, there was no financial loss because the lowest contract amounted to 671, and we paid 617. So we paid 617 out of the 922. So there was no potential financial loss, but there was irregular expenditure, which we did record as irregular expenditure. Thank you, Secretary.
Chairperson, I think there were issues that were raised around the Project Hoefyster. I think from our side, we were looking at it from the end date when they say it's open-ended. But I do agree with the sentiments expressed that it is the number of issues that were thrown in the pot of Tusano. And what we do also want to acknowledge, Chair, is that I had gotten permission on 2 occasions from the Chief SAMTEF to allow the auditors to go and get more information from them, and that also we needed to open our 4 arms of services to the AG so that then they can also be able to do value for money. And I must say that, Chairperson, we take full responsibility in the sense that at the time that the information was provided to the AG, it was already at a late stage where they could not utilize the information. And that also because it did not allow them at the services level for them to go and do value for money, they had then to do their own calculations, and that's how we find ourselves where we are at. And I think that even from where I'm sitting as an accounting officer, I wasn't happy with that because I was the one that was really pushing the chief to say that we needed to grant that access to the AG. I just thought I needed to talk to the chair. Thank you.
I'm happy with your response, SecDef. Mr. Bonsi must amend his presentation to properly reflect the truth, rather the correctness of the situation. All right, we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much, SecDef. We can then quickly ask the chief of joint ops, of joint operations, to take us through the 2 or 3 page report.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to the members of the Portfolio Committee, and good afternoon to SecDef and members of the DOD. Chair, as you have indicated, I was requested or required to update and or present to the committee the breakdown of the 225 million allocation by National Treasury to the Department of Defense for technology and border safeguarding. I wish to remind the members of the committee, those who are also members of the Joint Standing Committee, that in November 2021, Joint Ops through the Chief of Staff did present do a presentation in this regard, but that was still only for year 1 and year 2. Now I will present and cover the entire period of this funding. As the background, we are indicating that the DOD in 2020 was allocated an amount of 225 million rand funding for utilization in acquiring border safeguarding technology. The funding was allocation was spread over a period of 3 years, with 2020, 21, and 2022-23. As indicated, financial year 2020-21 allocation was 65 million rand, and year 2, 2021-22 was 75 million rand, and the current financial year, which is the last third one, and an allocation of 85 million rand. Now, the breakdown which was required by the committee is for year 1, it was 65 million rand, but in terms of its utilization, we are saying that it was reallocated and utilized in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Then in year 2, the 75 million rand during 2021-22 was utilized in border safeguarding environment, where we spent this funding to improve the conditions of the dire state of facilities that our soldiers are occupying or utilizing when deployed under Operation Corona, as well as a small element of critical prime mission equipment, which was a critical requirement at the time and still is a critical requirement. So I'm saying here, we did spend the entire 75 million in the past financial year in the border safeguarding effort, improvement of facilities, as well as prime mission equipment. I can just indicate when we speak about prime mission equipment, we acquired or procured 10 water bunkers, which is one of the critical requirements that we needed then, and we still need. If we had much more money from that, we could have secured much more, but we had to do some mitigation by acquiring 10 water bunkers. Now, coming to this financial year, year number 3, I'm saying that we have conducted extensive or comprehensive research and or investigation on available technology systems that will be can be suitable to provide the required outcome and serve as a force multiplier in our deployment in the borderline operational areas. And the procurement process has commenced for acquiring those technology systems. That is all that I can present to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Joint Ops. My only concern is that the money was not used for the purpose for which it was allocated. In the first year, it was spent on COVID or COVID-related matters. In the second year, it was also used for something else, and only now you are considering looking at in the third year of its existence, looking at the at applying it on technology. I must add that this money came about, if you don't know, as a result of our engagement with Treasury through our letters, through the PRRR, that Treasury made this money available. Because we said if they don't have the money to increase the number of companies from 15 to 22, and let us consider using a force multipliers. Nowadays, technology, many countries are on technology to augment the services that the soldiers on the ground are providing. And so the money was then allocated to us in 2020. And I do have a statement here. Is in the estimates of expenditure. It's very clear what is the money, what the money must be used for. It says in 2020, securing South Africa's border remains a key priority for the South African National Defence Force. Over the medium term, the department will maintain its deployment of 15 landward subunits to patrol a targeted 4,471 kilometers of South Africa's land borders. To ensure the integrity of the country's borders and enhance the capacity of landward subunits through the acquisition of military equipments. I want to reinforce that. Through the acquisition of military equipment and technology, an additional 225 million rand over the MTEF period has been allocated in the force employment program. This equipment and technology is expected to serve as a force multiplier to enable soldiers to increase the range of borderline under protection. So they're very specific right from the beginning. There shouldn't have been any confusion, and to then lead to the money being used for some other things. We still insist that this money must be used for force multipliers. It must not be used for things that should in fact have been budgeted within the allocation to the department. It is very wrong. So I thought I should just mention that. And even in the presentation that was presented to us some time back, for some reason, this one is different from that presentation. Let me tell you what was said. And it was said, the National Treasury allocate, that's what the department told us. The National Treasury allocated 225 million rand to the DOD over the midterm expenditure framework for the period 2021, 2022, and 2023. And it says during the year, meaning 2020, the first year of its allocation, an amount of 32.4 million rand was spent on the procurement of unmanned aerial vehicles and the training of 20 UAV pilots. Orders for the remaining amount of 32.5 million rand were cancelled due to industry's inability to supply the required equipment. In an endeavor to ensure optimal spending of the remaining money, 32.5 million rand, was then utilized for the upgrading of borderline infrastructure. All right. So I'm referring to the first tranche that in your presentation, you are not in any way explaining or saying what was said to us previously. We'll leave it at that because we can't argue it any further. But I'm saying when you give us information, ensure that you build on the same information instead of giving us conflicting information. I want to leave it at that for now. And any other comment, colleagues?
Chairperson, just from my side, if I may, I want to support.
Yes, Mr. Murray. Yes, Mr. Murray, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to start off by again supporting you 100% in what you have said and what was presented to us in the past and what has been done. So clearly, all this money will be irregular expenditure again because it was not in line with the purpose it was appropriated for, and I'm not aware that they have applied to National Treasury for deviation on that money. The General must respond to that as well. My concern is, and I'm not insensitive to COVID, I'm not insensitive to all the other requirements there are. No, not at all. But this department was not the leading department in terms of fighting COVID. Department of Health was the leading department. So why must they then spend technology that we are fighting for, money that we as a committee has fought for, to make it available for this technology that we all agree that we are in dire need on the borders? And then they use it for something else without communicating, without getting a deviation improvement, nothing whatsoever. So now I say to myself, we have still have got that need for the technology. We've got a huge backlog. So what is the general suggestion on how are we going to deal with this backlog without going back to National Treasury and say, sorry, we spent your money on something else. We again need that kind of money. They will not give it to us. Let's be honest about that. So how are we dealing with that? And that is unacceptable. that they act in this way, it makes our task so much more difficult to go and fight for money for the Department of Defense. They are not playing game with us, and it's absolutely unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thabo Motle, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. On the 65 million of spent on COVID, can the CJ Ops explain what necessitated them taking that action? Because insofar as we know, 4.5 or so billion was allocated to the department for the purpose of them executing their responsibilities in line with their deployment to fight COVID-19. Because logically, if they were confronted with a situation where they had to deploy, and government has made a commitment to give them that 4 billion plus for COVID-19, and when they were deploying, it was not yet in their coffers. Rationally, when that money was transferred to them, they were supposed to take it back, the 65 million back for the purpose of compensating for what one would deem they have borrowed themselves the 65 million because it was not meant for COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over to you, General. Maybe not yourself, General. I think you were thrown into the deep end. You are not the CFO of the department. A person who should be answering these questions is the SecDef and the CFO who allocated the money to you. SecDef, please, can you give us reasons why the money that was allocated for technology and equipment as a force multiplier ended up being used for things that ordinarily should be funded from the allocation to the department?
Chairperson, I think that if you may indulge me, that we come back to you on that matter, because then if you see this, the current year that we're talking about right now is already the 3rd year. So at least at the point of my entry into the department, the money had already been given to the department. I will just dig deep into this and then we'll respond in writing if it obliges us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will take this not being presented until you come back with of the department on this matter. We can't accept that money for technology that this committee fought so much to receive from Treasury. Our deputy, we sent many deputations in the form of letters and bill that we got this money. So we will not accept it. We will not accept that the money can be used in the manner that it's been used. We'll just now allow the deputy minister just to give us his closing remarks, after which I will let the members of the department and all our guests off. I will need just 2 minutes, colleagues, to deal with our program for the term. As DM.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, thank you for the reflections the committee has registered to the annual report of the DOD and the Auditor General's report thereof. We are obviously appreciating that we need to have more time or create another opportunity for some aspects of this work to be returned to in our discussion. It's clear that we are choking. There is so much to talk about or to talk to, that we are unable to ventilate. But that, of course, will leave to the committee members in the way they schedule their work, how we can deal with this. Starting, of course, with some aspects that were identified but not sufficiently probed around the performance report of Armscor, but also now with respect to the performance report of the DOD. I must just say that from my side, I've taken note that a number of these big concerns do relate to what the decision is way forward wise in relation to the defense review of 2015. The Secretary for Defense has indicated that there are work sections that are ongoing now to look at the different aspects of the defense review. And my understanding is that it is an exercise to table revisions or areas where we must revise the defense review. It is very, very important because it addresses, among other issues, the point that it appears now that the Defense Department leadership to be saying that there are numerous unforeseen taskings that are occurring lately, and compelling the defense force to do things that they were not prepared for. And I think that is a challenge which the defense review must address. We must scope the functions, the obligations of the defense force appropriately, but also the anticipation of the threats in the immediate and long term needs to be more accurate, and the defense force must be equipped, accordingly. And also, there are issues like, the naval assets that we must have. I had the Secretary for Defense mentioning, alongside the inshore patrol vessels that are being delivered now, the outshore patrol vessels. That project of the outshore patrol vessels, I was not sure whether it's still on the table, precisely because of the low level of funding of the department that we are working with now. But that this discussion of the defense review will clarify some of these areas. Let me end by saying that I am happy that the committee members have placed a lot of concern around, first, the things that suggest to us that the department is, our defense establishment is not in all respects working within the laws. And I'm here referring to, the comments that were made around obstruction, what the Auditor General is saying and what the department is saying. I'm privileged because I was part of the Oversight Committee of Parliament, the Joint Standing Committee, and later on the Portfolio Committee of Parliament when we repositioned our defense establishment in 1994. Critical to that was the consent to do away with the legacy of this establishment in the days of old, where a lot of things were done outside of the law, to a point where the defense establishment was almost a law to itself. A lot of work was done by Parliament around that, and we've got to remain vigilant with respect to that. As I've said, the issues, we can come back to them if we can create more time in our engagements, Chair. But for now, I would say that the comments of the Oversight Committee of the Members of Parliament are registered, and I'll share them with the Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DM. We appreciated when you joined the meeting after we had received that you would not be part of the meeting. We thought this would be one of those critical meetings of the committee, because it's a post-mortem. We're going through the performance of the department over the past year, and the performance against the budget as well. So that being said, I wish to thank the SecDef and the team for the engagement today, and the SecDef would advise us when the information that he said will come back to us on will be ready, but we'd appreciate it if it could be ready within the space of 2 weeks from now, because we want to build this information into our BRRR for this. When are we supposed to hand in our BRRR, Brian?
We are adopting on the 26th. 26th.
We need that information before the 26th, SecDef. Okay, so thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much, SecDef. Thank you so much. Colleagues, just 2 minutes. Let's look at the program, and so that at least we put that part of it behind us, and then circulate it. Brian, are you screening it? All right. So this is the program. You colleagues would remember that you had already commented on it. Just enlarge it, Brian. I'm not too sure if the problem is on my side. It's maybe it's on my side. Let me just enlarge it. Okay. Oh, there it is. It's enlarged. Colleagues, this is the program. So today, as you see it, we're dealing with the matters that Armscor and DOD matters, and next week is CCP and DMV. And the week after next week is DOD fleet management policy and procurement of essential goods such as rations, fuel, and challenges in this regard. And then we take the budget, the BRRR, because we're adopting it on that day. And then after they've adopted the BRRR, we then move to the 2nd of November. Is an update on with consequence progress with consequence management. I think it follows immediately after what we have. The discussion on that we've just had. And then we bring back the issue of Movable. What's on Movable? I did receive a soft copy from the SecDef. They delivered what you call a memory stick. For some reason, it says I must enter some code. Brian, please just talk to the office of the SecDef to get the code to open this memory stick so that I can then circulate the information. And then on the 9th, we take a briefing on the DMV on progress with this of the Presidential Task Team on Military Veterans. And then we update on the status of the national database of military veterans, filling of vacancies, and the appointment of the audit committee, and the internal and the filling of vacancies in the internal audit division, and we deal with leases there. And then on the 16th, it's briefing on the medium term of the DFV to devolve. We're dealing with the devolution of some functions of the public works to the DOD in the context of the defense works formation. And then it's oversight to the military bases in Bloemfontein. And then on the 30th is a briefing on the DMV Human Resource Plan, which includes suspension processes, a retention strategy, and succession plan. And feedback on the payment of NSFAS, progress with the implementation of the pension, progress with the amendment bill, and whether military veterans can be posthumously registered. A briefing by the Military Advisory Council and Military Appeals Board on their mandate, the mandate achievements and challenges. So was that the last meeting, Brian? Yes.
That's correct, sir.
You can see, colleagues, the issues are not so new as you commented previously. And it's just that they keep coming up, and they will not leave the table until such time we are satisfied that we have brought finality on them. Colleagues, comments? Chabo, is your hand up?
Chair, I'm here. Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to make a proposal. If you can go down, when we are visiting Bloemfontein bases, I want to propose that we also request SANDAF to assist us so that we can, because when we're in Bloemfontein, Alkampan is in Northern Cape, but it's a bit far. Can we also visit Alkampan?
That will
but it will mean that Air Force must assist by just flying us in and out. It's in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, okay. All right. I think we can only do that with the assistance of the SNTF and stroke DOD. So we'll convey that message if members agree to that proposal.
Chairperson, from my side, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Morris.
Just maybe on that, if I can start on that meeting. Obviously, that'll be wonderful to go to Alkampan, but I personally think that is too far to do Bloemfontein and that in one day, given that the flights in and into Bloemfontein and out to Bloemfontein is not like Johannesburg or Cape Town or Durban. So that might be a problem, but as an alternative, and again with the assistance from the Air Force Squadron in Bloemfontein at Bloemspruit Air Force Base, whether we can maybe fly to Fourierburg on the Lesotho border, because there's also been a number of complaints and concerns happening on that border, specifically with Fourierburg as a basis. That is one thing. Then I want to ask, when we get the feedback from the Presidential Task Team, is that not the time that we must speak about the feedback and backlog of payments of NSFAS? Because then things like medical and housing and pensions, everything will probably form part of that feedback and interaction with the Presidential Task Team. I'm just asking that question. Maybe it might make more sense, and then we can fit in something else on the 30th. Then just going back to what we have just discussed with the department and the feedback that they must provide us. We have talked about a possible interaction again with the department or with the SecDef or with someone. And if we need to do that, we must obviously fit that in by the 26th, the latest, if we want to include that into our BRRR. And I fully support you that we need to put that into our BRRR because it's quite very, very important. So that is the one thing. And then I want to ask on the 26th, what is the fleet management policy? What does that entail? What is that all about? Is it about our all our vehicles, our equipment, or is it ordinary soft body vehicles that we are talking about in terms of fleet management? I'm not quite sure what is that, because if it's about fuel and things like that, we have to talk about provisions to our Air Force bases in terms of fuel and other needs of needs and requirements at those Air Force bases. So I'm not quite sure what the objective with that is and what we want to achieve with that specific point. But otherwise, all of these things, as you said, is so bloody important that you cannot leave something out because then we are not doing our work, but there are so much other things that we have to address as well. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, you see, the department does have a fleet management policy. In fact, all departments are expected to have this policy. And I once visited one department. In its yard, it was like a graveyard of vehicles. Each time a vehicle is involved in an accident, it gets parked there. And there was quite a number of cars that got parked there. And so we need to get around this issue. What we have so far seen are the vehicles that were brought from the SADF times, were brought from wherever and parked elsewhere. I think we need to get a handle on the vehicles that are given to the department. And it brings into light again that starter pack something. You remember the vehicles that were bought on the border, but as a stopgap measure, which they are now ended up being a permanent supply, and which are clearly not fit to be utilized in that environment. I'm saying there's quite a lot.
Land cruisers. Yeah, those land cruisers.
Yes. And depending on how they approach it, we will have a lot to talk about it. Any other comment on this one, colleagues?
Yeah, maybe, Chair, in addition to that challenge, in the main is how the department will then be addressing the challenges that they face in terms of commercial vehicles that form part of their fleet. When they are damaged, their policy does not allow their internal capability or mechanics to fix those kind of vehicles, which is a challenge. They end up parking them and they end up being vandalized. The other challenge is that the procurement system is not aligned to the policy, where a vehicle, like for an example, if a general is using a Mercedes-Benz, it must be serviced by Mercedes-Benz, but the laws dictates that you must have 3 quotations, and those big dealers, they don't have time to fill SPD forms. They know their clients comes to them. So some of the upcoming entrepreneurs, they will not want to quote you for 50 rand to come and change a globe, for an example. So those are some of the things that the fleet management policy must talk to and see how they address such challenges, because in all these spaces, you'll end up having vehicles that are vandalized as a result of these red tapes that are there and they are not attended to.
Thank you. Right, colleagues, Mr. Murray, your suggestion that we must merge the issues on NSFAS, pension, and other items with the president briefing on progress of the presidential task team really, I think it makes a lot of sense. And then it opens up space for another item. In fact, we need to bring back the issues we have just discussed with the department and Armscor for the 30th, if it may be possible. But,
absolutely, great idea. Great idea.
Okay, that's fine. But Velem, what you call Peter and Velem will guide us on how we structure the whole thing. But in principle, this is how the program will look like. Even if it means we have to tinker with it, it will be just a cosmetic changes that would apply. Colleagues, do we accept the principle? Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, let's actually accommodate the views when we visit to the bases. The team have taken note of that. We'll look at what is possible within the time available to us. All right, but you've made valuable points to make this visit to Bloem worthwhile. Colleagues, I think we're
Chairperson,
yes.
a suggestion that Falcon 900. I mean, if it's parked in Cape Town, we can fly up with the Falcon 900 and be back in a day.
Oh, okay. Is it? Oh, yes. No. Let's look at what is possible. It means that we can all go to Cape Town and then fly from there to Bloemfontein.
Yeah, no, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. That's fine. We'll look at all the possibilities, Mr. Murray.
Yeah.
I think we've come to the end of the meeting. I'm sorry we'll not be able to deal with the minutes. Can we close the meeting at this point now?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. Colleagues, the meeting stands adjourned. I thank all the members of the support team for their work today. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.